morning.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Carmen.
Good morning.
Hi, how are you doing today?
Okay, a little bit nervous, but I'm okay.
Okay. So, where are you from exactly?
From Romania, Bucharest.
Okay. So, how's the weather in Romania right now?
Okay. I'm sorry I don't have a video presentation, but for the other conference I will be ready. Yeah.
Okay.
Can you give me the remote control to present my slide?
Presentation?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank
We'll
you.
give you the
Thank you.
access. Good morning, Ting Ting, Liang. Could you hear me? Good morning, Pavel.
Good
morning,
morning.
Laura. Good
Hi,
morning.
good morning. How are
Hello.
you?
I am good. Thank you for asking. How are you doing today?
Fine, thanks. I'm fine.
How's the weather in your country right now?
No, the time is 8:30.
8:30 in the morning.
Yeah, now. Oh, sorry. For the temperature, are you asking?
I am asking 8:30 in the morning.
Yes.
Okay. That's a suitable time, basically.
Yes.
Yeah.
When I saw 6:30, I thought, wow. But here is different.
Okay.
I have video presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Nice to
Thank
meet
you.
you.
Nice to meet you too. Good morning, Ririos.
Yes, hello.
Hello, good morning.
Change the glasses.
I hope
better.
I'm saying your name right.
Yeah, it's Rea Raus. Mhm.
Ria Rouse. Okay. Thank you. I was very nervous. Okay, so how are you doing today?
Oh, fine. Absolutely fantastic. Lisbon is great and the weather is nice. And
Weather is nice. Okay, good to know. So what time is it right now in your country?
in our country, it's already 9:30.
Okay.
So it's a good time for us.
Good time. Okay. Thank you for joining us today for the conference.
Thank you.
Good morning, Erica Foster. Could you hear me? I would like to request all the participants to turn on their webcams. Good morning, Pavel.
Good morning.
Good morning. It is a humble request to all the participants to rename their Zoom accounts in English language so that we can understand. Good morning, Erica. Good morning, Pavel. Good morning, Ting Ting.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so could you turn on your webcam, please?
I don't have. Sorry.
Okay. It's all right if you don't have. Thank you for joining us today, Pavel.
Yes, I just spoken. Yeah.
So where are you from, Pavel, exactly?
I am from Poland.
Okay. How is the weather right now?
Yeah, it's sunny.
Sunny. Okay. Erica, could you hear me? Okay. So Erica is having some network issues with her bandwidth. So she will try to join the video as well. Good morning, Ting Ting. Could you hear us? Good morning, Satmi. Dr. Lalita Kumari, good morning. Dr. Lalita, could you hear me?
Hello, good morning.
Hello, good
Hello,
morning.
hi, good morning.
Hello. How are you doing today, Dr. Lalita?
Thank you very much. I'm fine. Hope you all too.
I am good. Thank you so much for asking. So how is the weather in Sri Lanka right now?
Some parts it's raining though, some parts very hot.
Okay.
I am actually in a very rural area now, but fortunately, I think I can manage this conference.
Okay. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
I would like to request all the participants to rename their Zoom accounts with their English name because we are unable to understand. So, and I would like to request all the participants to turn on their webcams if possible. Good morning, Dr. Palin.
Yes. Good morning. Good morning. Let me. You are okay. Yeah. 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay. Let me.
Okay.
Regarding to the schedule. Okay. I may not be able to join the whole, but I just send you the video.
Yeah.
My presentation.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Hope you
Yes.
understand. Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely.
Okay.
Thank you for joining us today.
Okay. I can be able to join.
Okay.
For
So,
something.
where are you from exactly, Dr. Palin?
I'm from Bangkok.
Bangkok. Okay. So, how is the
Bangkok.
weather in Bangkok right now?
Yeah. So now you open your conference at the Portugal, is it correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I cannot join that.
It's
Next up.
okay. It's fine. We know that everyone has some prior commitment, so it's definite. It's
Yeah, it's
definite.
quite.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. But thank you so much for saving some time for joining the conference for the introduction part and the keynote part. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Yeah,
Okay.
it's my pleasure to do that.
Thank you so much. So we will begin with the conference now.
Okay.
Second. Okay. So good morning, everyone, once again, and welcome everyone to Eurasia Research Online Live International Conference. The event is about to start, and please wait. We will begin shortly. Okay. So moving ahead with the conference now. Today we have presentations and participants from 13 countries around the world: Sri Lanka, Canada, Thailand, Israel, Spain, Kosovo, South Korea, Estonia, Poland, Cape Verde, UAE, India, and Romania. We are broadcasting this conference on Facebook Live and on multiple pages of Eurasia Research. The links for the live sessions are shared in the chat box. You may kindly refer it to your friends, family, and colleagues. So before starting with the conference, I would like to explain Eurasia Research to all of you in a nutshell.
Слушай, опять 25. Вот участники, а дальше оно у меня как отключилось.
Please allow me a moment to introduce Eurasia Research to all of you in a nutshell. With over more than 1 million satisfied members and associates spread across the globe, Eurasia Research is a scholarly association who have been working for nearly a decade. Eurasia Research has organized several successful international conferences, workshops, and training programs at various reputed institutions and grand venues. Eurasia has been tirelessly working for research world and have not stopped their endeavors even during the COVID era, and have presented research community with online platform which was safe and convenient method to continue their passion. Our objective is that we are an international community of researchers, practitioners, students, and educationists who aim to bring together worldwide researchers and professionals, encourage intellectual development, and to create opportunities for networking and collaboration. These objectives are achieved through academic networking, meetings, conferences, workshops, projects, research publications, academic awards, and scholarships. Some of our highlights are that we provide scholarship to deserving candidates, to promote students and research scholars to participate in the international conference. Young Researcher Scholarship is provided in the form of a full registration fee waiver. We have a vast experience of publishing papers for more than 7 years. Our associated journals publish original papers, review papers, conceptual framework, analytical and simulation models, case studies, empirical research, technical notes, and book reviews. We cater to more than 30 plus themes in the area of teaching and education and have registered ISSN and have the following renowned indexing: Google Scholar, Crosscheck Authenticate, Crossref, the Keepers Registry, Script, Portico, Road, Directory of Open Access Scholarly Resources, OAI PMH, Registered Data Provider, PKP Index. We will soon be applying for Scopus too. We have a wide network of 100 plus internationally acclaimed keynote across the globe who share their knowledge and guidance with our participants with open hands. We have a large number of committee members and advisors who support us and guide us through their expert opinions and decision-making capabilities. We couldn't have thought of reaching here without them. We also encourage our participants to connect with more than 15K plus followers on our social media platform where they can share their research and interest. Join our Facebook group to be a part of the discussions by researchers and academicians. We also have several collaborations with universities, colleges, and institutes to better serve all interested and like-minded intellectuals. With great enthusiasm and pride, we would like to announce our latest project, which is the Terra Fellow Program in Education. This program offers an opportunity to learn the key concepts and latest trends in the teaching industry from the academic stalwarts. We would like to share some of the past participants' experience with you. Thank you for your patience and valuable time. Moving forward with the conference. So before starting with the conference, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Divya Devnani, and I will be your today's conference host. Moving ahead with the conference, I would like to first introduce our Terra president, which is Dr. Lion Chelly, Higher Education Executive, retired, Adjunct Professor, Boston College, Chestnut Hill, MA, USA.
I am Dr. Lynn Chelly, and I'm currently the Dean of Graduate and Professional Studies at LaSalle University, as you can see in my background. And I'm currently the president of Terra Eurasia, and I've been involved for multiple years with the organization as a participant, as a speaker, as a keynote speaker, and as the president. And I'm very proud of the organization because it brings people from all over the world globally together to talk about issues that affect higher education and other areas in education and other areas, nonprofits, etc. And we talk about issues and successes, and together we can make it better and make it always be improving. And I always say ever evolving. COVID was very difficult for all of us. And being in administration, I had to assist faculty in an immediate way to pivot from a face-to-face delivery of classroom time to electronic and Zoom and so forth. Many of these faculty members had no idea about the Zoom platform or any other learning delivery modules, the way that they could be delivered. So the administration really had to step in and pivot quickly. And I think overall, and talking to my colleagues across the globe, I feel like they did a wonderful job doing that. I have to say, I don't think it was the same for the students, which is sad. Preschool all the way up through PhD, I think it was difficult. I think it was less difficult for graduate students in master's and doctoral programs because many of those were already online. So there wasn't much of a pivot, but I'm going to say pre-K through the baccalaureate was very difficult, and teachers and administrators were amazing. And I do think our students that lived through that need extra attention, and the research is bearing that out right now. And that's our jobs to try to find ways to make sure that we fill those gaps. I'm going to be very honest. I'm a people person. I'm a relationship person. I thrive on making real eye contact and making real connections with people. I much prefer an on-the-ground conference, a face-to-face conference. I did the keynote for this organization in London last April. I'm doing it again in London. I'm making that commitment to make that trip because I so deeply believe in the relationships and the bonds that are formed, as well as just during the conference, getting to know people and seeing different perspectives rather than just seeing it on a screen. Encourage them to attend a Eurasia conference in general, because I believe in the organization. I'm president of the organization right now. I would encourage them to attend. If they couldn't attend in person for financial or schedule or whatever reason, I would encourage them to attend, but I would encourage them to attend in person first, but always, and I continue to do that, encourage them to attend. Nothing but good things to say about the conference pre-COVID, and last year I did not attend an online conference, so I can't comment on that during COVID, but I can comment on pre-COVID and my experience last year in London. I truly find that the way it's organized in groups and the group work that goes on is different than just to sit and listen, which is what attracted me and why I said yes to becoming president. It's organized in a way where it encourages that collegiality and that sharing of ideas and that sharing not only of the research that you present, but in small groups to broaden that discussion. So the way the conference is organized is well done. Often I can't stay for the whole time because of my busy schedule, but I do stay for the one day that I keynote, and the participation is phenomenal. And other conferences that I've attended, as well as done keynotes, as well as done breakout sessions, they don't organize them that way. Yeah. I organize my breakout sessions and keynotes in other organizations that way, because I feel from my learning styles research that I've done and published on, it's the best way people learn.
Thank you so much, Dr. Len Shelley. Moving ahead with the conference. So I would like to introduce our eminent speaker, first eminent speaker of the day, Chiara Felindia, School of Business and Management, Bandung Institute of Technology, Jakarta, Indonesia. She is one of our past conferences participants. So let's see what she has to share about the conference.
My name is Chiara Felindia. I am 21 years old. and I am from Jakarta, Indonesia. I am an undergraduate student at Bandung Institute of Technology in Bandung, Indonesia. I find online conferences to be very suitable for me, and I can also receive lots of benefits through online conferences. First of all, it is because of the easy accessibility, where online conferences can break down geographical barriers, making it easier for people from all over the world to participate. And this increased accessibility promotes various diversity and allows individuals who might not have been able to travel to a physical conference before. And secondly, it is very cost effective, where online conferences have lower registration fees compared to physical ones, as they don't require expenses for venue booking, catering, travel, and also accommodations. This cost effectiveness can make conferences more accessible to individuals or organizations that has limited budget. And lastly, the flexibility of selves. So online conferences, I think they often offer more flexibility of accessing recorded sessions and then enabling participants to watch presentations at their very convenient place and for better time management, actually. Therefore, I think online conferences is a very convenient choice for a lot of people, and it can also gain a wider range of people from across the world. Yes, of course, I would very recommend and suggest my friends and colleagues to attend an online conference. I would share and tell them about my experiences in attending online conferences, specifically from Eurasia, and let them know that it is a very exciting and interesting thing to experience and that they should also try attending one. As a first timer attending an online conference, I can say that it is a very good experience. So actually, I don't have that very significant feedback because I think the online conference that Eurasia has conducted previously has already met my expectations, and therefore I would want and I would wish for Eurasia to keep up and maintain the current performance and qualities so that more and more people would look up to Eurasia and also be more eager to attend and participate in future conferences. So yeah.
Thank you so much, Tiara, for your feedback. Moving ahead with the conference. So our next eminent speaker of the day is Abos Utkirov, Graduate School, Westminster International University in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. So let us see what he has to say.
Better comparing to the offline one in terms of you will not spend a lot of money traveling. You should travel through online. You can it makes you easy. For example, if you don't want to travel, so you may stay on your country even, and there is a requirement, especially for students who are like me, PhD. So we have to attend the presentation, not attend, but present on conferences, and we must show the results, and it helps to, for example, if you are working on your phase, for example, after September, we don't have enough time till April. So it means that we cannot travel for 10 or 15 days because there are lessons has been already set. So you cannot leave that, or you have to give to other teacher or lecturer. You have to find another lecture for you. So it makes hard you to attend offline. So in this period, in this time, virtual presentation is the best solution.
Yeah.
So therefore, during that, if the conference are during this period, so I prefer to present online virtually. This is best solution. In summertime, when we are free, so you have a lot of time, you are free, so traveling is also class. So I think that that period can be the best solution for offline conference. Yeah, I already encouraging. So I during the conference I made a video. Video means that how where it's holding. For example, it's holding in the Amsterdam Zuidi Hotel. So I made some videos. You can make a video, and also the organizers of the conference also helped me support them to take a video of the presentation part. So these parts, these kind of videos also encourage, motivates others. So I put it on my social media. My friends are watching, my colleagues. So I'm telling them so how it was very great. So I encourage them that you should participate, you should go. Even being a listener is attending is must, I am saying. And I also shared the website and sharing the website everywhere. So I'm putting the video and sharing the website, so they will be able to find the conference, the next upcoming conferences. Regarding feedback, being honestly, I really liked the conference, and the place also was very nice. And we also held in our university conferences, but in our university there will be a lot of people and a lot of administrative and academic stuff. But what I was liking here, it was the how can I say, the academicians was narrow, and all of them was in teaching and research. So which we can learn from each other. For example, I have learned a lot from my other colleagues. So because direction, even some of them are in policy and criminology sphere. For example, I'm in management and marketing. Some of them I have said in Silk Road. So all of them are in different spheres, but the similarity is we all teachers, most of them are teachers, so in one direction. So I have learned a lot of things from them. So and this was very motivation. And another point that the attendees, listeners, and also the presenters was from different countries, from Canada, from London, East of London University, and from Egypt, if I don't mistake, from Japan, which makes, how can I say that, different views, different people, different opinions, different ideologies, and different cultures. So this is, how can I say, this is amazing. This was the amazing experience which I got. So I think what is conference organizers are doing, so they are collecting not only from the one specific place, but from different countries, from different nations, different culture, multidisciplinary conferences. So this one of the strongest point of the conference. I believe that. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Abos, for your wonderful feedback. Moving ahead with the conference now. So the as shown in the screen is our conference schedule. Our conference is divided into 3 sessions. First session will be keynote talk. Session 2 will be team activity and photo session. And session 3 will be technical talk. I would like to request all the participants to rename their Zoom accounts with their full name in English language. This will help us to record your presence. You may ask your questions related to the presentations in the chat section while the presentations are still going on. All the certificates, receipts, and proceedings will be sent to the participants within a week on their mail IDs. The proceedings will include all the full papers and abstracts that are accepted for the conference. Moving ahead with the publication process, the publication process starts once the registration process is complete. The author needs to send their full papers, consent forms, and reviewer details on the given mail ID on the screen. The review reports will be sent to the author once the review process is over. The final stage of publication starts after receiving the revised papers from the authors. Please note that the publication process takes around 50 to 60 days after the conference dates if all the editorial guidelines are followed within the given deadlines. Moving ahead, so we will begin with the session 1 of the conference today, that is the keynote session. Our first keynote speaker of the day is Dr. H.M. Lalita Kumari, former head senior lecturer in Educational Leadership and Management, Department of Social Science Education, Faculty of Education, University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. Her topic of presentation is Instructional Supervision and Teachers' Professional Development. Dr. H.M. Lalita Kumari have been serving as a lecturer in the Department of Social Science Education for almost 20 years. She teaches educational leadership and management, teaching methods in economics, educational policy, and planning and research methods for both undergraduate and postgraduate students. In addition, she is engaged in research consultation for students, for those who do postgraduate diploma in education, masters in education, masters in philosophy, and doctor of philosophy in education. Her main focus is to engage in further research on the principal's role as well as the instructional supervision and thereby support to enhance the professional development of teachers. Thank you, Dr. Lalita Kumari, for joining us in the conference today.
Hello, hi everyone. Good morning to you all. I hope that you all can hear me properly. Thank you very much. It's an honor and pleasure to be one of the keynote speakers for the International Conference on Teacher 2023, organized by the Teaching and Education Research Association. My presentation is basically on looking at enhancing the quality of teaching learning through instructional supervision and professional development of teachers. Before starting, I would like to give you a brief introduction about my main role as the former head of the department and also a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Education, University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. As a department, as well as a faculty, we of course focus on teacher training, international collaboration, department and faculty development, as well as supporting our student teachers in their training and higher educational learning journey. As part of my institutional requirement, the ideas and views expressed here are entirely based on my personal and professional experiences as a professional teacher educator. The views expressed here do not therefore represent any institution, organization, unless otherwise stated or referenced. First of all, it is important to understand what is instructional supervision. Instructional supervision can be identified as a professional, ongoing and collaborative process for improving instruction. It consists of guidance, assistance, idea sharing, facilitation, or creation to assist teachers in improving the learning situation and quality of learning in school. Under this program, a supervisor or instructional leader who possesses supervisory knowledge and skills and works collaboratively in a school environment that fosters the development of a professional learning community extends a helping hand to professional colleagues. Therefore, it is clear that the instructional supervision, of course, supports teachers to develop their professional development. We'll discuss the main goals of instructional supervision. Instructional supervision is an important tool for schools as it helps them in ensuring that their vision and mission is achieved by supervising, training, and also empowering teachers so that they can create valuable experiences for their students. When considering the main goals of instructional supervision, we can recognize that instructional supervision modifies educational plan. It helps to diagnose and solve teaching problems. It helps to modify teaching methodology on the job training, as well as it encourages using educational aids during teaching. And also it helps to conduct effective evaluation. Not only that, but also it helps to modify learning conditions for students. And also instructional supervision evaluate teachers for promotions or appointments. And also it helps teachers maintain positive attitudes. In fact, supervision is a service activity which has been designed in order to help improve teaching methodology of teachers as well as professional development. Instructional supervision, when undertaken by the principals, head teachers, focuses primarily on helping teachers reflect on their actions and promoting school improvement through professional development. On the other hand, general instructional supervision is school-based and is undertaken by initial supervisory teams such as inspectors, teachers, principals, and administrators in schools to provide support, supervision, and continuity assessment for the professional development of teachers and the improvement of their teaching process. Also, instructional supervision improves the professional knowledge of teachers and promotes the effectiveness of teaching strategies they implement. Being the main stakeholders in the implementation of the curriculum, teachers should be involved in the strategic planning of the instructional supervision program. If teachers view supervision as something done to them and for them but not with them, its potential to improve school cannot be fully realized. Therefore, it is very important to make aware of the main goals of the instructional supervision. Then I hope it is better to know the steps that supervisors should follow in the process of instructional supervision. According to the Kogan, we all know that there are 8 phases of the clinical supervision. So the first one is to establish in the teacher-supervisor relationship. So before starting observing of lessons, it is very important to establish the teacher-supervisor relationship. Then we need to plan with the teacher. The lessons need to be planned with the teacher, with the training, with the supervisee. Third phase is planning the strategy of observation. Therefore, we need to decide whether we are going to record the lesson or not, whether teachers like if supervisors record their lessons. Therefore, we need to plan the observation strategy. Fourth phase is the observing instruction. Now you see, we have to follow 4 steps to observe instruction. 5th one, analyze the teaching learning process. Once we observe a lesson, then we have to analyze the teaching learning process. And there we need to find out what are the strengths as well as the areas that need further development. 6th phase is the planning the strategy of the post-observation conference. 7th phase is the post-observation conference. So at this post-observation conference, we should give opportunities for the teachers to share their ideas, views, as well as suggestions if we really want to provide facilities for teachers to acquire professional development. And finally, according to Kogan, we need to renew the planning. If supervisors can follow all these 8 phases, I hope that we can provide a better quality service for our trainee teachers to acquire professional development. Then we'll move on to what researchers around the world say about instructional supervision. There is a distinct shift of instructional supervision from an autocratic approach to a more democratic approach. The environment has become favorable to fostering a continuation of inspectional as well as judgmental supervisory practices. Teachers are still afraid of instructional supervision. A significant number of supervisors are not prepared for instructional supervision and do not observe the entire lesson, and hence they fail to provide proper feedback for teachers. Instructional supervision, therefore, should be collaborative, non-judgmental, and supportive of teachers developing reflective practices to improve instruction. There is a need for regular classroom observation. There is a need to undertake training programs intended to enhance the practices of principals and teachers on effective instructional supervision. There is a need for collaborative and trust-based type of supervision. There should be a regularity, continuity, and quality in supervision with a provision of adequate funding and capacity building. And also, more research on instructional supervision is needed, as there is still a gap on instructional supervision. Therefore, I hope all these research findings will facilitate for all of us to rethink, reorganize, and re-implement our supervisory programs so that our trainee teachers can develop their professional development. Finally, I would like to draw your attention to the current issues and concerns in instructional supervision. So current issues and concerns show that not having sufficient time for the instructional supervision process, that means supervisors do not spend sufficient time on observing lessons. Lack of pedagogical knowledge concerning instructional supervision. Not allocating supervision responsibilities in writing. So supervisors are responsible to give a written feedback so that supervisee can go through it and minimize their weaknesses. Absence of teachers on the date of supervision. Lack of resources, inadequate funding, shortage of professional supervisors, political instability and political instability, poor capacity development of supervisors, as well as inadequate transportation facilities and insecurity problems. Therefore, we as professionals need to consider about all these current issues and concerns in instructional supervision. And it is our responsibility and accountability to provide a better service through instructional supervision so that teachers around the world can enhance professional development so that they can provide a better service to the students at the end. In summary, it is clear that this is the high time for all of us to work together, engaging in collaborative research and disseminating our research findings so that we all can improve professional development and provide a better service for the wider community around the world. So with that, I really want to thank the organizing committee of the Teaching and Education Research Association for giving this opportunity to be a keynote speaker of the International Conference Teacher 2023. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lalita Kumari. It is an honor to have you as a keynote speaker and today joining the conference with us. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much to you all. Thank
So
you.
if any of the participants has any questions related to Dr. Lalita Kumari's presentation, they can ask her. She's with us. Anyone, any questions related to her presentation? Okay, so if anyone arises with any question or query, they can post that question in the chat box. Okay, Dr. Rios, yeah, she would like to ask a question. Yes, okay.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much, Professor Kumari. It was a very inspirational and very important keynote what you presented. Just to give a comparison note, what we are using the term in Estonia for professional supervising is mentoring. And just to share a piece of information that we have very good mentoring programs for teachers. And they are financed as well, and I think working quite good because I'm professionally engaged both in the school context as well as a researcher, so I can see this practice and theory at the same time. So actually I didn't want to ask so much, but just to have this little comment, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. In here, Sri Lanka also, we have a kind of mentoring program, but we recognize it as, supervisory practices here. But we try our level best to give our hands so that, teachers can improve, enhance their professional development. But they are doing really well. But my concern is more research is needed, on instructional supervision. Not only teachers, but also supervisors too should be trained regularly, continuously. Supervisors too need to be trained. Then only they can give a proper service to the teachers, and they should accept the supervisee, their suggestions, their views, as well as their comments. They are the person who knows better than us sometimes. Therefore, our supervisors should give more opportunities for trainee teachers to come up with their ideas. You know why? Research says that still teachers are afraid on this supervision. If they heard this word supervision and also supervisors, so they still have a kind of fear. So it is our responsibility, therefore, to minimize this fear so that both of us can engage in this role in a proper manner. Thank you very much for your comment.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lalita Kumari. Anyone else, any questions related to Dr. Lalita's presentation? They can ask her. Okay, so
may I ask the question?
Yeah. Please, Dr. Palan.
Okay,
please.
it's nice to have this program offer. But now with the salary of the teacher is quite low, so we have a problem on recruiting the teacher, a good teacher. See that the quality of teacher become a big problem, particularly on the developing country. So no matter how you supervise them, see that with the input that is not that quite good. How can you deal with that? Because compare with the private organization, a good one move to the private rather than become a teacher in the government. Can you answer that?
I didn't get you. Could you please ask the question again?
See that the problem right now we face is the quality of the teacher with the recruitment. Okay, a good one is not come to become a teacher. They want to become a businessman or doing other career rather than being a teacher. How can you cope with this problem?
Yeah, actually, it is, I think it's a policy level issue. When we recruit teachers, we could be able to recruit persons who really love teaching, who has positive attitudes on teaching. Teaching cannot be done anyone. Therefore, teachers should have a good attitudes, positive attitudes. I think most of the developing countries, right, recruit persons, perhaps they may not have good attitudes. If they fail to find a job, sometimes they recruit us as teachers. That shouldn't be done. Right? Therefore, the recruitment process should be very transparent. Should be very transparent. And there, of course, I hope we can recruit persons who really love this profession, teaching profession. Then only we can improve the quality teaching.
Yeah, thank you very
Suppose
much.
if someone doesn't like their profession, so how they can perform it? They can't, because they do not have a positive attitude. Therefore, quality goes down gradually. So we all should love our profession. So therefore, I think it's a recruitment issue. Right? And
thank you.
And once they recruit, they should train, or else they should be given a training, and then after they should be recruited to this profession. Vice versa.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lalita, for answering Dr. Palan's question. So moving ahead with the conference now. So our next keynote speaker of the day is Associate Professor Roland A. Crismazia, Associate Professor, Faculty Member of the Academy of Advanced Studies, Local Education Center, Kwangwon University, Seoul, South Korea. His topic of presentation is Reducing Energy Dependency of V4 Countries. Crismazia earned his MSc in Management of Information Systems and Management of Production from Vienna University of Economics and Business, Austria, Europe. He is a dual citizen and speaks Korean fluently. He is a faculty member of the Academy of Advanced Studies, Global Education Center, Kwangwon University, Seoul, since 2012. His teaching spans from the introduction into programming and computer-related subjects for undergraduate students to specialized level programming, data analysts, edge computing at graduate degree level. Besides teaching, he assists foreign students at the Kwangwon University. Since 2019, he also supports Korean students in a bilingual way in their preparation for internship, mainly in the USA, within the frames of the K-MOVE project, which is run by the Korean government itself. His research focuses on policies in higher education, knowledge-driven economics, designing policies for SMEs and startup and for logistics. His current research is to create an interactive map that supports a geographical implementation of future policies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions on the road between manufacturers and first tier suppliers that can be applied in most of the countries of the EU. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, Dr. Roland couldn't join us today, but we have his video presentation. So let's see what he has to present.
Dear Management and Business Practices Conference participants, ladies and gentlemen, professors, lecturers, and students, I would like to welcome you to my keynote session. My name is Roland Chismazia. I'm originally from Hungary, but I work in South Korea, Seoul, at Kwangwon University. Today my topic is related to the energy industry and its development with the geographical limitation of the V4 countries within the European Union, the V4 countries, so Czechia, Poland, Hungary, and Slovakia. And before starting my presentation, please allow me to express my gratitude to the Eurasia Research team and the organizers of this online conference for the great organization. At the same time, I really appreciate all the works of the contributors, researchers, and students. Now, please allow me to start with my presentation. You see my email address here below as well. The topics, very quickly, you see here. So we know that there is a historic dependence from Russian sources, energy sources in the V4 countries due to the proximity and due to the low price, sometimes lower than market price offered by Russian providers. So the question is if there is a chance for decreasing or actually what is happening, increasing the dependency of Russian sources, or what is the final or eventual solution here. The nuclear energy or renewable energy sources could also help. We see that here that the four main products of energy supply, so coal, lignite, natural gas, and oil, remain the most important. So aggregated here, you see the numbers over the last 10 years. And we need to add here also nuclear heat, whereas there is an exclusion, that is Poland in our case. And we see here that although we try to diversify away, we get back to through the trap of backdoor imports. India refiners boost exports of diesel and jet fuel to Europe. And we see here as well imports of refined oil products from Russia, from China and India have grown. So from China 70% and from India 13% respectively over the past year. And oil tankers actually try to use Chinese yuan to hide the carriage of crude oil from Russia. Well, there are potential countries for backdoor trade: India, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, South Korea, and China, reported by Northline. So the average daily flows reached the highest level since August 2022. Cumulative flows through the two available gas pipeline routes from Russia to Europe without the Turkish line in the first half of August increased by 6% compared to the first half of July 2022. At the same time, Hungary seeks to diversify the supplies that come to the country in transit through Ukraine using the Turkish stream. So Hungary tries to use the Turkish stream. We also see that the support of sanctions against Russia did not lead to the amount, the changed in amount of Russian crude oil imported by the European Union at all. So we have to add that. We also see that some of the countries remained exempted from the embargoes on crude oil and on natural gas. And we see here that the recent changes as well, that the crude oil imports from Russia to V4 countries changed a little bit. So Slovakia to Poland, they do not receive any more imports actually, and Czechia and Hungary remain stable. Also, in the case of natural gas from Russia to V4 countries, we see some changes. So Slovakia could replace part, but not all the part. Yet it has to be said that Slovakia and Ukraine signed an agreement to secure gas from Russia and also to Ukraine in that way. And New York Times reported in July that the Czech Republic managed to eliminate the importing of natural gas from Russia, while we also have to say that in the case of Poland, the country remained the largest importer of Russia's liquefied petroleum gas. The EU Commission declared some way that the nuclear energy is supposed to be green and sustainable, and we see that there is no sanction against Russian nuclear industry. We also can see here immediately that Hungary blocked the addition of nuclear energy into the sanction packages. We also see one more thing, that Russia's importance is very huge in this way. So almost 25% of the raw uranium imported by the EU comes from Russia, still 23% from Kazakhstan, where actually Russia is the largest player. And we have a total 18 Russian-designed nuclear reactors in the EU with the ties to French utility company EDF. Now, if we look at the renewable energy sources and the shares, we see in both ways, so share of energy from renewable sources and in gross electricity consumption as well, that the V4 countries lag largely behind. That brings the assumption that the administrations of the V4 countries seem not to favor the development of renewable energy sources against the conventional ones. This step is, however, inevitable to help the diversification process away as much as possible from Russian energy sources. The renewable energy sources could become or could have a major role here. Shares of renewables and biofuels in 2021 in the units of gigawatt per hour as of gross electricity production, we see here 19%, 20%, 15 or 16%, and Slovakia 27%. When we consider Germany with 48.3% or 7% in 2023, I think 2022, sorry, so then we realize that, of course, these numbers lag largely behind. We also see that major part of this actually comes from nuclear power, whereas we see that in Germany there is no nuclear power source any longer. Now, the current research focuses mainly on the changing import volumes of fossil fuels from Russia in an isolated analysis. Accordingly, the analysis lacks of knowledge on how the dependency of Russia has been changing in respect to the nuclear fuel rods. For instance, Poland has launched plans for building at least one large and about 7 smaller modular nuclear reactors. Further, it would be necessary to relate the major energy sources to the increasing importance of renewable sources in the future, even though one can observe that the P4 countries lag largely behind the Western European Union countries, both in terms of policymaking and in realization of projects. Another issue is the problem of backdoor that has been increasing through a few countries. Let's just see China. Russian energy deliveries to China are set to grow by 40% only in 2023. That also suggests that the Chinese industry would need that much more energy. That is, of course, impossible, and accordingly, we can assume that part of it would be transported from China to the European Union. So I would like to say thank you very much for your attention and hope that the presentation contributed to your knowledge. And if you have any thing to notice, please send me an email. I'm very happy and pleased if you have some interesting points to my keynote speech. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Roland, for your wonderful presentation. If any participant have any questions related to his presentation, they can put their questions in the chat box. Moving ahead with the conference now. So our next keynote speaker of the day is Dr. Annie Thomas, Professor in Information Technology Department, HOD, IT and MCA, Bhilai Institute of Technology, Chhattisgarh, India. Her topic of presentation is Research Prospects in the Field of Machine Learning and NLP. Dr. Annie Thomas is a professor in the Information Technology Department and also HOD, IT and MCA at Bhilai Institute of Technology. Her post-graduation is in the Computer Applications discipline from Government Engineering College, Raipur. She was awarded a doctoral degree in the discipline of Computer Applications on automated tool design of subjective questions answering using text mining in July 2013. She is the Dean of Computer and Information Technology now and was chairperson of the Board of Studies Information Technology in Chhattisgarh, Swami Vivekanand Technical University for the past 4 years. She is the research guide of 8 PhD scholars and 3 have been awarded PhD degrees. She has also conducted and delivered several keynote sessions in ACM, ISTE and CCOS sponsored workshops. She has been a research paper reviewer for IEEE sponsored conferences and faculty coordinator for events conducted by many IITians. She is a life fellow member of professional bodies, the Indian Society for Technical Education and the Computer Society of India, and also an editorial board member of many journals. She got the Best Paper Award at the national competition organized by NIST, Government of USA. Dr. Thomas has teaching experience of 24 years and research experience of 15 years with areas of academic interest in artificial intelligence and expert systems, natural language processing, and machine learning using text mining. She has 6 copyrights registered in the computer software category from Government of India and completed 1 sponsored project. She has published a number of research papers, authored 1 book, 2 book chapters in Scopus publications, 36 in international and national journals, and 30 in international conferences, national conference forums. She has organized several professional activities to date, including faculty development programs, conferences, and e-workshops. We welcome you, Dr. Annie.
Good morning, everyone. Hope you all are fine. Let me introduce myself. I'm Annie Thomas from the Institute of Technology, Durg from Chhattisgarh state. I'm from the country of India. Today's keynote session is on research prospects in the field of machine learning and natural language processing. The 2 new aspects of AI in the field of natural language processing I want to introduce over here. There is generative AI and explainable AI. So as we all know about AI, artificial intelligence, everyone knows nowadays, is to make the machine as intelligent as human beings. And with the advent of ChatGPT and all are familiar with the term AI nowadays, to make the machine as efficient as humans. So machine learning, that is a part of AI, there is a subset of AI, and in machine learning, we make the system learn according to the knowledge base that is provided. Again, going deeper into that, we have deep learning, that is a subset of machine learning, where we have deep neural networks to have more precise and evaluative results for the problem statements. It has more than 1 hidden layers, which makes it possible to go deep into the network frames. So depending on all this, we'll go further into generative AI. The machine learning model can be divided into supervised and unsupervised models. Supervised model has a set of labels that are fixed and they are always existing. Like if we get an output also, we will have a label attached to the output from which we can always check whether our prediction is correct or not. The unsupervised models, they are not having a class of labels. We have to predict based on the model that is generated, and maybe that may be unstructured data or unstructured data. So unsupervised learning will be on the basis of the input data that is given. A model will be working on that input data, and it will be having a generated example. Going further into deep learning, we again have 2 types, discriminative and generative. Discriminative is used to classify, predict, cluster, and it is trained on a data set of labeled data. We already have the labeled data, then the training is easy, as we have to put it into one particular class, and it learns the relationship between the data points and the labels. But generative is different, that it generates new data based on the training that is provided to it. So it has to understand the distribution of data and how likely a given example is going to be categorized into that generative example. But in discriminative, we don't have to generate any new data. The best example of generative AI when it came into existence is everyone is having a mobile and we type the text. So when we are typing the text, it will give you, like if I type Villa, it will give the next predicted word as institute, and the next predicted word as of Bila Institute of Technology, Durg, I'll get an option for that because it learns from the patterns I have been doing all these days. So it is predicting the next word in a sentence. That's a best example of a generative AI. Now, if we come to the concept of generative AI, it is also called Gen AI. It is artificial intelligence capable of generating text, images, or other media using the generative models. And if the right side, if whatever I have written, if you can see, not Gen AI when Y input is a number or a discrete or a class or a probability, but it is when it is a natural language text or an image or an audio that shows that it works on unstructured data. So generative AI works on unstructured data to generate new patterns. We have foundation models, large language models, which we'll be discussing in the further slides. So now we understood that generative AI, where we generate new content, and that content may be a text or image or audio. So if we see the category of the supervised, semi-supervised, unsupervised Gen AI, you can have input as training code or labeled data or unlabeled data, and the foundation model works on all this and generates new content, and the output can be a text or image or code or video, audio, anything. So the main concept here of generative AI is to generate the new content based on the training that is provided. So here, since I am interested in text, so I have taken only the text input. You can also take image or audio. So in the research which we are pursuing here, we are working on text, and that also we are working on the local languages, because in English already the work text to text, if you see the first column, translation, summarization, question answering, grammar correction, all these my research scholars are doing for the local languages here. Because for English, we are having already or much work is being done on this in these areas. I'm not working in image and audio and musicians, but you can, because image generation, text to image, text to video, text to speech, all these are again, natural language processing, generative AI can be used in all these areas. We know about the Google's foundation models, that is Palm API for text is a very popular model. BERT we use, VIT for vision we use, VIT, GP2, BLIP, VQA, all these models we are using. Now, when we talk about natural language processing, we talk about large language models. A large language model is specifically designed and trained for natural language processing tasks. What is the characterization of large language models is its large size. So it can be working for vast amounts of text data, or it can be working for other areas also, and it is capable of generating human-like text, understanding context, answering questions. All these things the large language models are doing nowadays. The notable examples are OpenAI's GPT, GPT-3, GPT-4, and ChatGPT, and BERT. All these examples are very popular. They train the data, text data or image or video, and are capable of generating the new text based on the training data. The large language models are able to handle the large volume of data that is taken from internet or from social media or any other place. This shows some other models which are also popular. Then after the large language models came into existence, there was an era of transformers. A transformer is a deep learning architecture that relies on the parallel multi-head attention mechanism. The modern transformer, it was proposed in the year 2017, I think, and the paper from which it was introduced was "Attention is all you need." So attention was given to the important data which has to be picked up from the given set of huge databases, and the less attention has to be provided to the data which is not of much importance. On the basis of that, the transformers were working. So a general pre-trained transformer is a more broader term for models based on transformer architecture. With these models, they can be applied to a wide range of problems, not only for natural language tasks, computer vision, speech recognition, reinforcement learning, all the things it is being used. Then these models are pre-trained on large data sets and can be fine-tuned for specific tasks. Some more examples I'll be showing you in the next slide. That is vision transformer, DETR, conformer, swim transformer, perceiver, and perceiver IO. This is what we have talked about generative AI and the concepts which are used in generative AI. Moving on ahead to explainable AI, that is also a new term that is being used in the industry nowadays. And when we talk about explainable AI, it counters the black box tendency of machine learning, where even the AI designers cannot explain why it arrived at a specific decision. Now what happens is we see the black box design of machine learning, where we have reached to a conclusion, but there needs to be an explanation about how we are getting these results, why it is not like this and why it is like this, and why this explainable AI was needed when we are getting the results. Why was this explainable AI was needed? That was because the domains like medicine, defense, finance, and law, where it is crucial to understand the decisions and build trust in the algorithms. We have made the algorithms, we are employing the algorithms, we are getting the results. Unless and until we have trust in those models, who we are going to use those models? You know, ChatGPT and Google search are so popular because of the trust we have in those systems, that we are getting such important informations according to the need of the query we are putting there. So explainable AI came into existence to backtrack, find out how we are getting the results. So 4 principles of explainable AI, we have termed these 4 principles as explanation, meaningful, explanation, accuracy. We are giving an explanation, but that explanation should have the satisfactory level of accuracy. Not that if it is 15% accurate, we cannot say we are having a good explanation. So explanation is there, that is meaningful, that is interpretable, but that explanation should have an accuracy, and the knowledge limit should be so high that explainable AI will be able to provide the system to operate under the conditions for which it was designed, and when it should reach the sufficient confidence in its output. So explainable AI, if we see the advantages of explainable AI, the assisting its users in determining appropriate trust, that's the first part, trust we develop in the system, in the model which we are generating. And the second part is we have an interpretability and explainability mechanism which can explain to the users how it is working. So the next part is that although it is having so many advantages, there are so many disadvantages or issues, challenges which are existing with this. One is contrasting the interpretability and accuracy. We know when we have to reach the human accuracy levels, sometimes the explainable AI may not be able to give the correct explanations. It may be contrasting with the human explanations, and those cases which has to be dealt in the model has to be improved like that. So still it exists, these issues exist. Describing the abilities as opposed to describing the decisions. And there should be the use of abstractions to clarify the explanations. Now, based on this explainable AI, XAI it is also called, we see there is categorization based on agnosticity, that is model agnostic or it is model specific. If it is applied to all the model types, then it is called model agnostic. And if it can be applied to only particular specific model types for which particular task it is being made, then it is model specific. That is the categorization of agnosticity. And depending on the scope, we have global explanation or local explanation. If you want some part or the prediction of some particular area only to be displayed, it will say it is local explanation. And if we want the explanation of the whole model, how it is working, then we go for global explanation. But local explanations are also important because individual predictions are also taken into account in XAI, because global explanation can be given on a larger scale, but local explanation need to go deeper into the problem. So that is again an area where the research can be done, and the different problems can have different perspectives, different aspects to include either model agnostic, model specific, or global or local explanation. So as I told you, we are working on local languages, and on the basis of these local languages, we are doing text summarization. So again, now for the persons who are hearing me, those who want to do and research in the field of natural language processing, machine learning, you can go for single document summarization, you can go for multi-document summarization, you can take any of the languages on which work has not been done, you can go for indicative, informative, evaluative summarization. Any of the tasks can be taken upon, and then on the basis of this, you can generate models, generative models or discriminative models, which will help you to give a proper text summarization. And on the basis of target audience, there is a generic summarization and there is a query focused summarization. On the basis of type of summarizer, you have monolingual, multilingual, cross-lingual, all types of summarization. So these, I have only included these slides so that if you have interest in generic summarization, some in multilingual, so you can pursue your area of interest. Then the two main concepts that come over here is extractive and abstractive. In extractive summarization, the parts of the original text are taken to form the summary. Like if we are taking a document and from that document we want to summarize it, the important sentences will be taken out and given as the extractive summarization. But in the abstractive summarization, you need to generate the new text depending on the extracted important parts of the documents. So all this has to be done, which shows that abstractive summarization needs more fields which have to be covered so that the abstractive summarization finds out the meaning and again generates the new text based on the training data. Some comparative studies of peer-wise publications has been done. The new concept which has been included for the new language has been done in using these steps. From the input, pre-processing has been done. On the pre-processing part, text cleaning was done, stop word removal based on the local language was done, then feature extraction, and then optimization was applied to find the text summary. On the basis of some of the models, BiLSTM was applied, BERT was applied, GPT was applied, and we could find that the results are, we could compare the models on the basis of the results, and a new model, innovative models are being generated by the research scholars in this area. Then next topic was spelling and correction. So if we can go for two types of grammatically text can be corrected or spelling can be corrected. That again leads to two different. We are working on spell checkers only for that particular language. Maybe in the future we'll be working on grammatical checking of the sentences as well. So we know we have, in English, we have so good systems when we type of word, and if it is wrong, it gives the suggestions, and also many systems are already existing, imbibed into all the particular softwares. But for the local languages, still we don't have the systems like which finds the text errors, maybe the typographic, maybe the syntactic, maybe the discourse error, non-word errors, real word errors, phonological errors, transformation errors, deletion errors, insertion errors, or substitution. All these are the type of errors which exist in the text errors. And you can work on any of this type to remove all such type of errors, being on the domain or outside the domain. Then another system was to classify the newswire articles into the predefined classes of the newspaper, so that whenever we get an article, it will automatically be sent to the national, international, business, sports, entertainment, health, or weather. And this has been done on our national language, that is Hindi. For this, we have made the different categorizations, labels, and the discriminative models are being prepared to classify the newswire articles into proper particular labeled sections, so that the newspaper can automatically be aligned to the pages according to what they are. So for challenging task was because of the every language is a challenging for processing for every language is a challenging task, because it has different types of consonants, vowels, combinations, and maybe patterns also are different, sentence structures are different. So from different data set, huge amount of data has been collected and work has been done on this. I'm not able to show you the particular results of these models, but I'd like to tell you that the newswire articles, they will be classified into predefined labels. Another work that is going on is semantic analysis of the reviews which are collected from the social media, and based on those reviews, the sentiment analysis, where the sentiment analysis models have still not been applied on. And based on that, suggestion mining techniques are being proposed, so that they give more accuracy than the existing semantic analysis models. So that's all from my side. Thank you for the patient hearing. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Annie Thomas. Welcome to the conference. Could you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you so much for joining the conference and for taking some time. And thank you for the presentation.
It's my pleasure to be a part of Eurasia, ma'am.
So any participants has any questions related to Dr. Annie's presentation, they can ask her. Anyone? Okay. So Professor Roland is also with us. We had a previous presentation of him as a keynote speaker. So welcome, Professor Roland. Could you hear me? So any participant has any questions related to Professor Roland's presentation, they can also ask him. Welcome, Professor Roland. Hello. I think your mic is muted. We couldn't hear you. No, you are not audible.
Did it work
Yeah.
this time?
Yeah, now you are audible.
Okay. All right. Sorry.
Hi.
Once again, hello.
Hello, how are you?
Okay, fine. Thank you. A little bit busy because of the holidays coming up now.
Okay. So thank you so much for taking out some time and joining the conference. So we were just done with your presentation, and we also requested all the participants, If they have any questions, they can mail you or they can put their questions in the chat box. Thank you so much for attending.
Thank you.
So moving ahead with the conference now. So this brings us to this end of session 1 of our conference, that is keynote talk, and now we will begin with the session 2 of the conference, which is team activity and photo session. Let's proceed towards our team building activities. Sometimes we miss the opportunity of connection and linkage with fellow participants of the conference. This team activity is to encourage interaction among all the participants. One by one, we will share the views and solutions on the topic of discussion, and also we will be conducting a photo session for the same. So today's topic of discussion is the power of simplicity.
Read simple books, to wear simple clothes, to have simple days, and to say simple things. For a long time, all the glamour seems to lie with complexity. We're pulled towards rare and hard-to-follow ideas. We entertain our friends with elaborate meals. We pursue convoluted relationships. We have careers that enmesh us in cumbersome commitments. We fill our leisure hours with exotic hobbies. And then, at some point, we may sense and aspire to the real challenge of life, to dare to sound, to some, like an idiot, to fix on certain basic truths that we've always known, to edit down our calendars, to wear only what's comfortable, to put in front of others the same sort of basic foods we like when we're alone, to have relationships solely with those who know how to be direct, to leave our days more or less free, apart from one or two elementary pleasures like tending to a garden, having a bath or going for a walk, to limit our reading to books we can understand, and to communicate without inhibition all those heartfelt and essential things we know to those we are close to, that they are everything to us and that we'll miss them immensely when it's all over. We worry so much about sounding boring or silly if we were to show ourselves without elaboration or live according to our own less adorned inclinations. We spend the major part of our lives trying, unsuccessfully, to be somebody else. It can be the thought of death that eventually loosens us from our pretensions. We realize, under its bracing influence, that there is no point burdening ourselves with habits, ideas, vocabularies, people and duties that don't belong to us. There's no point wasting time we can ill afford on those who can't non-defensively say, "I love you," with clothes that we can't keep clean, with books we can't understand, and with crowded days heavy with panic and meaningless challenges. We finally lose our terror of coming across as a simpleton and a yokel. We'll be properly mature, properly sophisticated even. We'll probably have had to go through a host of complications by the time we learn to appreciate the art of being direct, easy to follow, emotionally straightforward, predictable, unhurried, and, in the eyes of the frantic and the impressionable many, exceptionally dull.
So this was a team activity video. So one by one, I would like to request all the participants to share their views on the team activity video. Professor Roland, would you like to share your views on the topic of team activity, topic of discussion? Your mic is muted. Yeah.
I have to say now this time, please pass and come back to me later.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry.
Ting Ting Liang, would you like to give your opinion or views on the topic of discussion?
Yeah, I just coming to my mind 2 points about this topic because I'm coming from the educational field. Therefore, I think in our research field, we need to focus on the simplicity from the perspective of like all the students are person in nature, and we should treat them like what they need in education field, because if we treat them like many different aspects, it's very hard for them to reach their goals, and they will lower their self-esteem. And the second point is, I think complexity will make the usually cause the psychological problem of people. Because we need to deal with different problems at the same time, and then we have multi pressure, and maybe sometimes we'll feel okay, like the same topic before, we feel we are at the low self-esteem. So I always think the simplicity will make our life easier and more positive. That's one important thing. I just coming to the third part, sorry. The third point is if our life is simple, and which is more efficiently, because every day, for example, if we participate in the academic conference, we have a dressing code. It's very simple. We don't need to worry about the improperly behavior. Yeah, that's okay. That's the third point I just think about. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing your views with us. So, Dr. Annie, would you like to share your views on the topic of discussion? Dr. Annie, could you hear me? Okay. Dr. Lalita, would you like to share your views on the topic of discussion? Dr. Lalita Kumari. Pavel Zor, can you hear me? Carmen Todica.
Yeah, just a few moments. I'm ready. First of all, I want to present myself. I'm Carmen Todica, PhD, Associate Professor at Titu Maiorescu University from Bucharest, Romania. I teach civil law for first-year students, and because the subject of my research is legislation, I want to talk about the simplicity of legislation and the law in Romania. In Romania, it's very difficult to talk about the simplicity because nothing is simple. From the perspective of law, we have a civil code, we have a criminal penal code, as general laws, but every day new laws appears that modified them, and it's very, very difficult for lawyers and teachers to know the new laws, but also for the students. I want to tell you about one exception, the process of setting up companies. 10 years ago, it took 2 or 3 months to create a company, but nowadays, as a result of the modification of the legislation, the creation process have been simplified. Today, a company can be formed, created in 2 or 3 weeks, but there is a lot of many documents and registration in the Romania trade register, and we need a lot of money and a lot of time to start up a company.
Okay. So thank you so much for sharing your views, Carmen. And Flora, would you like to share your views? Could you hear me, Flora? Pavel? Ahmed? Could you hear me, Ahmed? Okay, Professor Roland, are you ready to share your views?
Yes, yes, certainly. I would like to join to the opinion to both of the other people who shared their opinion, also to Professor Todika.
Yeah.
With another, let's say, territory or area of study, I actually teach currently programming for students who have nothing to do with programming.
Okay.
So it's just because the university, I mean, our university is a technical university. So everybody needs to, at least understand a little part of it. And well, they have even troubles with understanding what is a print and what is an input. So they mix up the input and a print.
Okay.
So how to explain it? So that it's very, very simplified. And of course, as you see, my skin color is white. I'm in Korea. They expect that I talk in English, and then they realize I start talking to them in simplified Korean.
Yeah.
So that means obviously I can speak Korean. Obviously I can speak also a little bit complex Korean. So I can do everything what I need to do. I'm double citizen. Anyway, point is that if I reduce the level, everybody understands what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So I have at the same time master students doing data analytics. And I teach again the same language, Python, but in a completely other, atmosphere.
Yeah. Okay.
So there I can use more complex issues, more complex, examples, and then I go back to kindergarten again. I feel like that, but of course I understand why it is like that. So I understand they have nothing to do with it. And, if you want to explain something, somebody who maybe doesn't even want to know about it, let me put it in this way,
Yeah.
then the best way is to do, you create very interesting, simple examples from their own lives.
Yeah.
So, for example, BMI, yeah? How do you calculate BMI through programming? It's easy.
It's okay.
So something like that. So very simple things. And I'm sure that Professor Todika also gives some examples in this way.
Yeah.
How do you do something simple, right?
Hmm.
Otherwise, people don't understand. And to my major, I studied business, and I also had to study law, so tax law, then what is it, labor law,
Company law.
the general law,
Yeah.
so all kinds of law related to business issues, so business administration. And yeah, many times I needed to go back to the basics, and only then I could understand what it is about. So in my situation, where it comes to law or regulations, I always want to find the logic behind, rather than how it changes again and again. So
thank you so much, Professor Roland, for sharing your views and explaining to everyone. Ahmed, would you like to share your views? Ahmed Milad. Ria Ross, would you like to share your views? Laura, would you like to share your views? Laura Pinach, Erica Forster. Anyone, if anyone is ready to share their views, they can share their views right now. Okay, So now I would like to request, I would like to conclude the team activity, the topic of discussion, by saying that simplicity is really necessary in life, because if we create complex situation, if we create complex thoughts in our life, then it will become hard for us to follow those things in life, and we need to make it simple so that we don't feel nervous, or don't feel tired to cope up with everything. So it's the golden rule. It should be the golden rule of life, that to be simple is better than to be complex. So thank you so much for actively participating in the group discussion activity. Now I would like to request all the participants to turn on their webcams for the photo session activity. I would like to request all the participants to turn on their
Turn
webcams.
it again. Turn it again.
Yeah, Ahmed, Pavel, Erika, Annie, Dr. Annie. I would like to request all of you, Ria Ross, Ahmed Milad, Erika Foster, Pavel. I would like to request all of you to turn on your webcams for the photo session activity, just for a few minutes. Okay, thank you so much all the participants. Now we will move ahead with the conference. So this brings us to the end of session 2, which was team activity and photo session activity. Now we will move ahead with the session 3 of the conference, which is the technical talk. So our first presenter of the day is Ting Ting Liang, Didactics of Musical, Plastic and Corporal Expression, Autonomous University of Barcelona, Spain. Her topic of presentation is the process of inclusive education through the art project in a multicultural school with Chinese students, a case study of one public school in Barcelona. So I request all the participants to read the abstract from the screen given. So moving ahead with her presentation.
Good day, everyone. It is very pleasant to participate this conference in Lisbon, and it's my pleasure to present my research, the process of inclusive education through the art project in a multicultural school with Chinese students. It is a case study of one public school in Barcelona. I am a PhD student from Autonomous University of Barcelona. Objectives. The general objective of this investigation, it is an assessment of the inclusive process of Chinese students through art project in a multicultural school. In research question, it is how is the process of the Chinese student included in a multicultural school with art project. And we have 3 objectives. The first one is identify the barrier and opportunities. And the 2 is examine the inclusive process for Chinese students. And 3 is identify the important role of art in this process. Next, I will present my research from 5 parts: research context, method and methodology, school context, instruments of investigation, and results. In the theory part, including inclusive education, multiculturalism, and interculturalism, the art project-based learning. It has been 30 years since first time inclusive education was defined in Salamanca Statement in 1994. Later, Tony Booth published Index for Inclusion as indicators for the practice of inclusion. Then, UNESCO also published a lot of documents for the development of inclusive education. But in the field of scholar investment, there's still a need for high-quality inclusive education practice. One reason is we need more high-quality resources as the complement for inclusive education. There are different models of the future of inclusion. Some believe assimilation would be the future of inclusion. However, if we think carefully, assimilation is another kind of integration, as we believe the belonging would be the future of inclusion. Multicultural will more focus on the accept and respect different culture. However, the interculturalism will focus on the interaction and the exchange between different cultures. It is a kind of interactive model in our theory aspect. Why we use art as a language to go through the inclusive process? Because art is a language. You can express your experience in any way, and it can offer the high quality educational experience with art. Also, we can connect art with the diversity of multiple intelligence of different students. Under the circumstance of visual thinking strategy, we only ask a student with what you see in this painting, what makes you see this painting. The answer could be diverse and unlimited. In this research, case study was used because it is about a social phenomenon, and case study is a good way to answer the question between how and why, because we want to answer how is the process of inclusive education, and it is a good way to collecting data from the situation and to provide rich and detailed information. As the method will be the mixed method, both with quantitative and qualitative data collecting. Here we come to the participant and context of this research. In 2018, this school is a very small school, has kindergarten and only primary department, and each grade of the primary has only one class with 25 students. Therefore, it's only 150 students in all in primary department, and then 10 Chinese students. However, there were students with immigrant background, 90%, and teachers in all had 22, and parents in all 85, specialists in Manak, only 2%. In this research, 3 instruments were used: questionnaire, index for inclusion, observation, and interview. We got 92 responding from students, 17 responding from teachers, and 63 responding from parents. 11 sessions for 1 year and 18 different interviews. Here we come to the results. There are 2 levels. This is a sample of questionnaire in the first level of analysis. It's a quantitative research data. I used the 4-point Likert scale, and then I put all the data into SPSS for analyzing. This is a part of the result from questionnaire. We notice the interaction between student and teacher, the relationship between students, and the cooperation between family and school in the situation of less inclusive. Under the first level, in the second view from the observation and the interview, we find out it is there is a disconnection between the different school system, and students have problem with interaction between each other. Students need a lot of trained teachers. At the policy level, we find out it is hard to choose any public school for their children as parents of Chinese students, and there is a need of economy support because they are in the economy deficiency situation. Well, the second level of analysis is the importance of art in the process of inclusion. We put all the data, quality of data, and code all the important words, and then put them into different semantic groups. Then we got these dimensions. First one is participation, and second, language, interpersonal relationship, school environment, and social emotion development. After this project, or in this project, there is a high participation of all students, even, including Chinese students. They are voluntarily hands up, answer the question to see what they saw, what they experienced, and design and join in this project. However, there's a less participation of Chinese family. And in the dimension of language, students in this circumstance are very relaxed. They can learn more words, like they have the word expanding skills and self-defending skills, communication skills, and tolerance for others. In the interpersonal relationship, we focus students turn to help each other and contribute in the group work, and they know how to decide, make self-decision, and they also know how to defend themselves. It is constructing a self-efficiency process and constructing the inclusive community. This is the environment of the school. The school is decorated by the artwork of students on the wall, and the investigation path is everywhere, and the social inclusion idea was all around the environment. Actually, after 5 years of this project, many families, local families, they know about this project, and they try to register this school for their children to have an inclusive and a better social resource environment for their children. Before, the school only had kindergarten and primary department in each level 1 class. After this project, each level 2 class, the school has expanded and multiplied the students. Now they have middle school. More local families are now involved in this school. It's a good news for the inclusive community. Social emotion. First of all, students need to decide what they want to learn in this art project addendum. Therefore, self-determination was constructed. Later, because they have determination, then they feel they are belonging to this system. A happiness and kind of feeling was constructed. They know themselves better. For example, before there was a girl When I first met her, she told me she wanted to be a shopper in a Chinese shop here. But after this project, she asked the museum specialist, how could I work as you in this museum? So the self-realization has changed. Before it was kind of parents' expectation. Now she has come to one member of the new society. That's all the results and research of my project. Thank you very much. It's a very pleasure here again. Thank you all of you listening to my research project. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you so much, Ting Ting Yang, for your wonderful presentation. Participants having any questions related to her presentation, they can ask her or put their questions in the chat box. Anyone? Okay, so moving ahead with the presentation now. Our next presenter of the day is Ria Rios, NGO Statera Research and Practice Center for Sustainability and Regional Development, Haapsalu, Estonia. Her topic of presentation is Developing Curriculum for Education for Sustainable Development, Theoretical and Practical Basis for Curriculum Advancement, Example of High School Experience. I request all the participants to read the abstract from the screen given. Moving ahead with the presentation now.
And I'm going to present a topic today, developing curriculum for education for sustainable development, and this topic from the point of view of a practicing teacher and how to compile a course program for sustainable economy. And just a few words about myself. I got my PhD from Tampere University, Finland, and my topic was actually teacher ecological self in the context of teacher education for sustainability. So at the moment, I'm working as a teacher, as a lecturer in a local college, and also as a researcher in Statera Research Center, which also focuses on sustainability. And I'm coming from West Estonia. Estonia is a small country, but our West Estonia is world famous for waterbirds, so it's called like a kingdom of waterbirds. But enough about myself. First, the theoretical overview towards that topic, what I'm presenting today, is that when we start developing a curriculum, we start actually from far more deeper questions than just the topics, what should be studied and learned during the course. So for me, curriculum development starts negotiating already the value systems and worldviews what the lecturer or a teacher has. Because we are carrying the certain values and we have some certain understanding of the world, and that is shaping the whole array of topics that we are actually teaching. So specifically, for instance, when we talk about sustainable economics, is it just focusing on recycling, or does it mean that the whole field of economy needs to change, and to what direction is very much of the matter of our own understanding of the world. And when we talk about sustainability and especially economy, we can see all over the world that it is somewhat contrasting concepts. When we talk about economy nowadays, we are so used to thinking about economic growth. But at the same time, discussing sustainability, we know that this eternal growth is not possible. So we're facing quite wicked problems, which should be solved in multifaceted way. And this gives a lot of positions to argue and investigate where to start from. And speaking of worldviews and values, we can see also that when we talk about our Western way of thinking, we are very much used to think that economy is more or less getting a lot of raw materials from the nature as much as we want, and throwing stuff away also into the nature, and that is our way of looking at economy. At the same time, if we look at indigenous cultures, we can see that our ancient belief or understanding is that we are one with Mother Nature, and the respect and even the sacred approach to the environment is something that we find in indigenous cultures. So it is there where we can find this holistic understanding of the world. So this is something also to think about when we approach such a strong, solid subject as is economy. And we also have to look at different understandings of sustainability, which several studies and theories have pointed out that we can approach sustainability in a very shallow manner or look at it with quite deep understanding. And that is why we can see that sustainability can also be viewed from like a very technological view, or we can understand that we have a lot of technological problems that need to be solved. But when we look at more biocentric model of sustainability, there we can see that the underlying worldview is actually the holistic approach to human-nature relationship. And this definitely shapes the foundation for the curriculum development as well. So meaning of sustainability is something worthwhile considering in any course when we talk about sustainability. And just as an example of an earlier study about student teachers, actually, it was viewed that if they don't understand the meaning of sustainability in depth, then of course that's simplistic, only like environmental ideas prevail. So therefore, this mechanistic and holistic worldview is something that we must understand what we possess, and also we as teachers and lecturers, we are shaping the worldviews of our students as well. So how do we do it? Of course, from like through our own example, but it is a matter of pedagogy, of learning and teaching. So what is this method, or what is this pedagogical tool? What we need to find is also a separate question. So in that sense, learning sustainability is at the same time unlearning unsustainability, which is not actually something that, some words that I've invented, but Professor Arjen Walls from Wageningen University has mentioned it in several cases. So how to actually teach and how in the learning process is actually a critical challenge. So where to start from here? In my course, I started from actually from Stephen Sterling's work, where he describes what is ecological paradigm in education. So what is this ecological or holistic view on education? And he has compared the core values when we talk about mechanistic and ecological or holistic approach to education. So just to mention some few lines here. For instance, when we have mechanistic approach to learning, we are concentrating mostly on effectiveness, learning facts and figures by heart. But when we think about ecological approach to learning, we understand that learning should be transformational. That means how to reach to transformative learning is a specific aim for a teacher as well. And when we view learning and teaching from those comparing aspects, there are a lot of dimensions that each teacher and lecturer should think about. And for me, it is important to know that our students are not only like learning machines, but they are spiritual beings, they are emotional beings, and how to address those dimensions during a course program is a specific interest for me as well, because this is something that helps or aids the transformational learning as well. So, how learning occurs when we talk about sustainability, I think it's worthwhile mentioning the name of Arjen Walls again, where he has identified sustainability competencies that should be addressed during the learning process. And it means that we should support our learners, our students, to develop all those different gestalts that are mentioned here. The gestalt as a way of thinking. So how to, it's not a good word to say, but I will say it, how to teach students to think from the point of view of different creatures in the world. That is transhuman gestalt. How do you see the world from the point of view of animals, for instance, or transcultural gestalt? How do you understand different cultures, including indigenous cultures? How can you make decisions where you address different places, different disciplines, different times? This is something that we need to teach and learn ourselves as well. So there are so many different aspects what to think before we actually start putting together a course program. And when we address a specific course now, sustainable economics, for instance, so what are those principles or where to start from? So for me, it is very interesting work has been done by Frankova and Johannisova, who speak about localism as a principle for sustainable economics. And they very much bring out the connection between social, ecological, and economic questions when we talk about localization. And just for example, what localism is something that even the European Union strategies are speaking about when we say that we must support the development of short supply chains, that we should support urban gardening. We should give more right to the communities and societies to speak and to hear their voice and to sustain our landscapes, our environment, and our communities. How to support the stronger development of local farmers markets, and so on and so forth. There are so many questions related to the policy of economy. So this is something that forms for me also the foundation of the specific subject of economy. So we can say that localization is like a process and the result of a moral, political, and practical support for locally owned businesses. So more closer to the designing of the curriculum, what kind of themes are addressed then in our sustainable economics classroom? Because I'm speaking about a specific a course in a local high school. And these themes, starting from strategical trends in the world, facts and figures, this is something that to show the students that really strategical good decisions are made, for instance, in European Union, even when we talk about the Green Deal. And then we're addressing the how to say, meaning of life questions. We discuss and investigate different worldviews. We have philosophical discussions. We address the same Gestalt switching, what I was mentioning, and having such critical view on sustainability challenges as well. With for instance, one question: do solar parks save the world? Today we know that they don't. But what is the solution then? So these are the main themes that we discussed during our course, and of course we're analyzing facts and figures. We're doing many researches on different topics and designing local business models. But what gives the whole presentation now such a scientific approach as well is that we're studying the development of our students, having the qualitative approach, and they write essays where they reflect what kind of views on sustainability they possess in the beginning and end of the course. And based on the content analysis of 26 essays, we can say that we can see the how to say, climbing up the sustainability ladder, that coming from a very technology-based understanding of sustainability, we can see the change in students where they discuss such deeper related or deeper immersed dimensions of sustainability. So the final summarizing comment or from my side is that during curriculum design, there are many interesting and challenging points we should address, starting from our own worldviews, our own understanding of the world, till the very detailed and specified questions related to certain disciplines. So thank you very much for listening, and hope to have interesting discussions.
Thank you so much, Ria Ross, for your wonderful presentation. Participants having any questions related to Ria's presentation, they can ask her, or they can put
I'm here, so ready to answer.
Not exactly. Yeah, I would be here not exactly as a question, but as a comment. I'm not sure if she is a Professor Ria Rouse, right? Or Dr. Ria Rouse. As you mentioned, you are a teacher at the moment. And a researcher. my topic was also a little bit about sustainability. However, it was about it was about just a certain region. I'm not sure if you could have listened to it. It was about the Visegrad Four. So Slovakia, Hungary, Poland, and Czechia. But this issue about sustainable energy or sustainability, I mean, you took another perspective on sustainability, obviously. But it's, I think, worldwide is now very, very important and a vital point. And I mean, my daughter actually asked why is it so cold, why it was so cold when we were in Austria in the summer. I told her simply, I mean, again, simplification, right? So I told her that our Earth is actually sick. So sick of getting so much trash, and sick of you know, being irresponsible. I mean, as people are irresponsible for that what they do. So yeah, sustainability. I mean, and I loved your presentation, especially the letter. Could you show me the letter again? I mean, my problem was that that sustainability letter I couldn't really read well. So I tried to find it on the internet. I hope I can find it. I really love this presentation in that way.
Thank you very much for that comment, and I hope the organizers can switch on the slide with this different models of sustainability.
Yeah, we'll
maybe yes, but meanwhile I can comment. It was of course a good point, as you mentioned, that our world is sick, but since my own field is more inclined towards philosophy of education and philosophy of sustainability, I would say that there is nothing wrong with the Earth. It is a lot wrong with us. So actually, we are sick, not the Earth.
Of course,
but
how
the
can
result. The result.
How can I explain it to a 5-year-old child?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm talking about a 5-year-old child.
Yeah, I understand what you mean, but it is definitely that as a result of our deeds and behavior that the world is sick. And I'm very much interested in what is going on, not only in our brains, but in our heart and soul as well. What has gone wrong? Because when we look at the history, even to the Middle Ages, where people were more, we believed in animate Earth. We believed that the Earth is a live being, but now we have somehow lost that contact. So it is very important to rediscover it as well. But I think that nowadays, and I'm now referring also to your presentation, what was very interesting. Nowadays, we are too much focusing on this technological turn. We think that if we invent enough progressive technology, we can cure everything. And it always reminds me of I'm sorry, I don't remember who said it exactly, but it was a very good saying that technology is like an axe in the hands of a pathological criminal. We're developing technology, but we're not developing the person who is actually pushing the buttons. And that is why when we talk about wind energy and green energy as well, we can see a lot of scientific evidence already, the research that says that, for instance, wind turbines, as we use them nowadays, are not environmentally friendly. We need to have like more modern technologies to harness the wind power and solar power. But sometimes we have this very simplistic attitude towards sustainability that, okay, let's invite or invent more technology, let's have green economic growth. But even the word economic growth is something that we should forget or not talk about anymore. Thank you.
I agree, indeed. And to that point, that what you just mentioned, that in the Middle Age, and actually even I think in my grandma's age, they talked about like living Earth and not like, you know, engineered Earth, just as you mentioned. So yeah, I mean, technology. Well, I wouldn't say it's criminal. Okay, so
no. Technology is not criminal, but
the people who do or you know, act as a technology responsible engineers. I believe that we created many things also in this earth. However, what I would say, and there is a point, there are many people who still have some background. I mean, just as you said, living Earth, and they can deploy this principle in their engineering. And I believe that this would help. So do not just, you know, think about it, the Earth as a single watch, right? Like ticking, and and that's engineering. It's not. We human beings, we have feelings, and I believe that also, just as you mentioned, perhaps our Earth has feelings as well.
That's an excellent point. Excellent point, because we as scholars and scientists, we must always remember that what we know about Earth or other beings is like a microscopical part. That our science actually admits that we might say that we don't know anything about the world, because when we look at the mycologists, like scientists who are studying mushrooms, they say that they suspect that there are about 2 million different types of mushrooms, but the science has described or only named about 70,000 of them. So it's a microscopical part. We don't know anything about the world. That is something we should always remember when we talk about sustainability or transformation or change, what we need to do. And that brings what I should mention. The hostess of our conference comes from India, isn't it so?
Yes.
And
right.
we must always remember that ancient cultures, especially also Indian culture, has always reminded people that the life is about love and energy. And now our Western scientific thinking are gradually climbing and proving that it is so. That this is something that we should think, that this Eastern philosophy and the Western science are gradually coming together to the same point. And this is a very positive change, I think.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ria, for answering on the comment that Professor Roland gave. And personally, your presentation was really wonderful.
Thank you.
So moving ahead with the conference now. So our next presenter of the day is Dr. Palin Pucharun, NIDA Business School, National Institute of Development Administration, Bangkok, Thailand. His topic of presentation is enhancing social structure on developing an inclusive growth through entrepreneurship. You can read the abstract from the screen. As mentioned by Dr. Palin, he had some prior commitments, so he joined only the first half of the conference. So we will now start with his video presentation.
On enhancing social structure, on developing an inclusive growth through entrepreneurship. As we may clearly understand that the purpose of the business has changed significantly, the new paradigm is to create a better life for others rather than to maximize the profit, which has an impact on the strategic management, internal cooperation, and particularly the way to create the competitive dynamic. In order to run the business successfully, how the organizational can be success need the support of the social structure and social infrastructure as well. Since the purpose of the paper try to create an inclusive growth which create the better life for others, for all, particularly the opportunity. We do the research and find that social activity and social structure is very important on the business activity. So that's the reason why I try to link this two variable with the entrepreneurial spirit. Social structure imply that they have social capital, social institution, which has more effect on the social life or the quality of the people in that society. The class of entrepreneurship approximately start in 1938 at Kobe University, and after that a few years Harvard Business School offered a course in business school, and along with the University of New York or New York University. And now entrepreneurship education become a very important and very popular today. Anyway, in order to create the entrepreneurship organization, it need to concern in the first step on forming the organization. The research suggests that they're using interpersonal attraction strategy and resource seeking strategy on the forming team. So to forming the right team is the answer, but managing the team, we need an architectural engagement within the operation that we will put this article on our purpose model. The interpersonal attraction strategy concern about the strong relationship, the homogeneity, and how they have the same attitude on doing business. The second strategy is resource seeking strategy, concern about the complementary knowledge and skill of this founder to get the matching of the business concern. In order to concern and ensure that the organization do quite well, the organization will need to invest successfully and answer the social need as well. it will not be effective if the team have different expertise and very weak relationship. So invest in organization and invest in the society. It need to answer what the purpose of that two variable demand. The research found out that invest in the community to create the social change have the probability, high probability to failing if they not concerned about co-development with well design. So that's the reason why my paper try to focus on social structure to create, to enhance the co-development between organization and community. To do that, we need to make sure that the organizational demand and social need meet each other. Architecture engagement is the one variable that critical on collecting how the business operate within the society that they do invest. It comes to the purpose model that designing social structure in order to help or to support the interpersonal attraction strategy and resource seeking strategy will lead to the better forming of entrepreneurial team. An entrepreneurial team that have architectural engagement within their organization will lead to social and entrepreneurship co-development. They can address what the social need and what organizational need. And finally, it will lead to the effectiveness of an inclusive growth. So that is the final of my paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Palin. So if any of the participants have any question related to Dr. Palin's presentation, they can put their questions in the chat box itself. Moving ahead with the conference. So our next presenter of the day is Vlora Prinaj, Faculty of Economics, University Pristina, Kosovo. Her topic of presentation is analysis of supply and demand between companies and vocational training to financial inclusion. I request all the participants to read the abstract from the screen given. Moving ahead with the presentation.
Hello, I am Vlora Prinaj. I want to present the paper Analysis of Supply and Demand between Companies and Vocational Training. This research is related to the problem and consequences of inconsistency in the labor market for the vocational training system in Kosovo to be at the service of building human capital, competitiveness, and economic growth. Reforms of the system are needed, encouraging better cooperation between employers and vocational schools. Kosovo is a small country with about 1.8 million inhabitants. has the lowest standard of living in the Western Balkan, but has the youngest generation, which is estimated to have significant potential for the development of human capital. Kosovo is the country with the youngest population in Europe, but the need for companies, for employees with vocational training, and the lack of new jobs is a gap between vocational training and the requirements of the labor market. This gap between them is one of the challenges that still affects the higher percentage of unemployment in Kosovo. The main purpose of this study is to analyze the supply and demand between companies and vocational training in Kosovo, and the specific objectives related to the main purpose are personal development of individuals, the decrease of unemployment in our country, meeting the needs of market, and the economic development of the country. Research questions. The first one is, why do individuals choose vocational education instead vocational training? How are individuals with vocational training oriented according to regions in Kosovo? What are the gaps that individuals with vocational training are not ready for the labor market? What kind of cooperation is there between companies and vocational school? Should there be a cooperation agreement between them? And what professional skills are most in demand by companies? Are vocational school curricula in line with market demands? Research methodology, distribution of the questionnaire on company, interviews with vocational school, and the analysis. The questionnaire was in 202 companies, and the interview was in 20 vocational schools. Vocational training in Kosovo. The law number 04/L138 regulates the vocational training system in accordance with the needs of the economic and social development of the Republic of Kosovo. The vocational and education training system in Kosovo is run by the state. The main local actor is the Ministry of Education, Science, Technology and Innovation. National qualifications framework promotes quality improvement in education and training, developing qualifications that are based on comparable international standards. Vocational training in Kosovo includes two sub-measures such as institutional training and combined training. Institutional training means the training offered by 8 vocational training centers that operated under the leadership of Employment Agency of Republic of Kosovo. The combined training means cooperation with the companies for inclusion of the unemployment and job seekers in vocational training. Different qualification according to regions of the country. There are 7 regions: Pristina, Peja, Perizaj, Prizren, Gjilan, Gjakova, and Mitrovica. You can see in the table different qualifications. Main findings from the surveyed companies. In the graph, you can see the activities of the companies. There are results of the frequency distribution of companies by activity. Personal, scientific and technological activities are needed, and then financial activities and insurance, while other activities are presented next. Based on the question addressed to the companies, in which category of enterprises is your company, you can see the results of the respondents in this graph. Micro enterprises and small enterprises had the largest participation, then medium and large enterprises. When micro enterprises include enterprises from 1 to 9 employees, while small enterprises include the number from 10 to 49 employees. From the total number of respondents, 53 of them are women and 47 are men. And the age of the respondents is divided into 6 categories. 33% was the participation of respondents aged 31 to 40 years, while 32.2 of them aged 41 to 50. Company statement on the demand for employees with a vocational training through the question. Is it important for the company to have employees with vocational training? The question 2, does your company still have demand for vocational training? The questions 3, does your company need employees with vocational training rather than vocational education? Is your company having trouble finding employees with vocational training? Companies have a lot of need for employees with vocational training, and the difficulty of finding employees is increasing. And companies have more need for employees with vocational training than education. One reason is leaving employees from Kosovo or immigration. The question offer for employment in the company depend on experience, depend on gender, and depend on age. From the answers, you can see that experience and age are important for the company, but gender is not so important. It depends on some activities of the company. The company's demand for employees with vocational training. Through the question, do the company or do the nature of the work or company requires more young employees? Do they have a physical work or company requires male employee? Do they have a physical work or company require male employees? Do the nature of the work or company needs more experienced employees? The client of our business trusts the female employees more. The client of our business are more confident in their male employees. And the last one, the working hours do not suit the female employees. Their answers were based on business activity, in addition to business experience, which was required by most companies. According to supply of vocational school, through the question, does your company cooperate with a vocational school? Do vocational schools offer courses that appropriate your company's needs? Are the vocational school programs in curricula with your demand? Do you have a cooperation agreement with any vocational school? And the last one, should there be cooperating agreements between companies and between vocational schools? In general, companies do not cooperate with vocational school. Most of them do not have cooperation agreement. Some vocational school programs are in curricula with their demand. In addition to the questionnaires, we conducted 20 interviews through vocational school. 20 interviews in 20 vocational schools. Based on the result of the interviews addressed to vocational school, we can see that the number of candidates is increasing in some qualifications, while in order there is a decrease. Candidates choose vocational education instead of vocational training because their family influenced them to have a diploma degree. Companies have few cooperation agreements with vocational school. Companies do not require candidates from vocational school. Vocational training has an impact on increasing employment of individuals in the country. Some of the candidates with vocational training tend to go abroad or to immigrate. Candidates with vocational training generally require certificates. Candidates are informed about the courses, or candidates are informed about the courses offered by vocational school through social media, social network, and through candidates who have been a part of training in that school. And the last part is our conclusions, where we can see the conclusion of the research. Curriculum of vocational school must be continuously monitored so that they are in curricula with the demand of labor market. It is also important to monitor the activity of counseling and career guidance centers at the municipality level, as well as equip other municipalities with such centers. There must be a collaboration between companies and vocational schools. They should sign a cooperation agreement between them so that the schools offer the courses that the companies need. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation, Laura. If any of the participants have any questions related to her presentation, they can ask her. She is with us. Or they can put the questions in the chat box itself. Okay, so moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter of the day is Mohammad Moz Tariq Bajwa, School of Environment, Enterprise and Development, University of Waterloo, Waterloo, Canada. His topic of presentation is the influence of workforce practices on firms' sustainability performance, an empirical study of Canadian firms listed on the Toronto Stock Exchange, TSX. I request all the participants to read the abstract from the screen given. Moving ahead with his presentation. Welcome, Mohammad Moz Bajwa.
Hello, hi.
Hello, welcome to the conference. I would like to request you to give your presentation.
Okay, just hello, everyone. The topic that I am going to present today is the influence of workforce practices on firms' sustainability performance, an empirical study of Canadian firms listed on Toronto Stock Exchange. So before I start with the presentation, I just want to give a brief about myself. I am currently a doctoral candidate at the School of Environment and Enterprise Development at University of Waterloo. My research interests are corporate governance, corporate sustainability, and kind of, bridging gap between sustainability performance and financial performance, and how corporate governance can play a mediating or moderating role in establishing this relationship. So starting with the introduction, what this research is about. We all know that early 1990 1990s, globalization has led to a change in the business environment. The business world has become characterized by technological disruption, abrupt changes, and turbulence. So firms are constantly looking for new ways to improve performance and gain competitive advantage. And workforce practices offer an approach that firms can use to improve their performance. So as research in workforce practices matures, academia and researchers must move beyond simply justifying these practices. They need to better understand how these practices affect various aspects of business performance, be it the financial, environmental, or the social aspects. Now, the growing influence of workforce practices on financial results and mounting stakeholder demands for environmental and social performance drive the increasing rate of sustainability initiatives. So firms must comprehend, must require different approaches actually to optimally utilize workforce practices to achieve higher sustainability performance. For instance, is it appropriate so here the question is a one-size-fits-all approach to workforce sustainability practices acceptable? Now, I'll just give you an example. Is it appropriate for a commodity-based manufacturer to use the same workforce practices as a high-tech manufacturer? So it can't be a one-size-fits-all approach. So the purpose of the study is to look at how firms vary in workforce practices, which impacts the sustainability performance. So moving on to the technical background, this research draws on signaling theory as a starting point to empirically investigate the contextual factors that influence the relationship between various workforce practices and, of course, firms' sustainability performance. Now, just to give a background about signaling theory, and if we can go back to Spencer's work back in 1970s, signalers are insiders, be it managers or executives, who gather information about people, products, or organizations that is not available to outsiders. So receivers as outsiders have no knowledge about the firm in question, but are interested in receiving that information. So that information asymmetry, lack of information, exists between signalers and receivers. So signalers are responsible for deciding whether and how to signal the information, and receivers are responsible for interpreting the signal. Now, using this theoretical premise, the signal provided by high quality workforce practices must not be easily replicated by low quality workforce practices. And this is the key foundation of this research, where effective workforce are a reliable indicator of a firm's performance based on two premises. One, firm's performance can be improved by workforce practices, and two, low quality workforce practices are not able to compete high quality workforce practices. So based on this premises, I've developed the research question, how can firms adapt different contextual workforce practices to achieve better environmental and social performance? Now, this research marks the first empirical study to differentiate workforce practices into 4 separate yet related bundles. This paper will contribute to the signaling perspective of business management, and it empirically addresses the question, which we see here, that the contextual workforce practices, how they can be leveraged to achieve better environmental and social performance. And the findings definitely will have implications for firms when selecting the right mix of practices to tailor workforce management and achieve better sustainability performance regarding their environmental and social initiatives. So this paper, as I said earlier, builds on the signaling argument and empirically tests the influence of 4 different contextual workforce practices These 4 different workforce practices include diversity and opportunity, employment quality, health and safety requirements, and training and development. So the study will also explore the mediating effect of financial performance on the relationship between workforce practices and environmental and social performance of firms. And also what we've tried to do is that this research will also examine the moderated mediation effect of the firm age, firm size, and industry type on environmental and social performances. Now, based on this, the research model that's been developed is this research. If you see here, develops hypothesis based on this workforce and sustainability relationship. And the first hypothesis is that workforce practices, be it diversity and opportunity, or employment quality, or health and safety, or training and development, positively relate to the environmental and social performance. If I go to this one, social performance of firms. And similarly, what is empirically tested is that the financial performance of firms mediates this relationship between workforce practices and environmental and here social performance of firms. And lastly, the focus is on firm age, which can moderate the mediating relationship of financial performance between workforce practices and environmental and social performance of firms. So holistically, there are 6 hypotheses. The first 3 relate to the environmental performance of firms, and the last 3 relates to the social performance of firms. And in environmental performance of firms, the first hypothesis is to test workforce practices' direct impact on sustainability performance. The second one is the mediating effect of financial performance between workforce practices and sustainability performance. And the third one is about the contextual factors. And here the focus will be on firm age and how it moderates this mediating relationship. Now, based on this, what research methods are being used? So first of all, Canada serves as the key background for this investigation. Me and my co-authors concentrate on a sample of large and actively traded Canadian firms listed in the Toronto Stock Exchange in 2022. Refinitiv database is primarily employed as our study based on previous research, and this paper conducted is going to use hierarchical multiple regression analyses to test the effect of workforce practices and on environmental and social performance. And also the variables used in the analysis, environmental performance and social performance of the firms are taken as dependent variables. The data on environmental and social performance, again, as I said earlier, is going to be extracted from Refinitiv database. The financial performance of firms is used as a mediating variable, and we can use different study points, be it the return on investment or return on equity, and these values will be derived from annual reports of the firms. And then, of course, workforce practices, the scores on diversity and opportunity, score on environmental employment quality, health and safety requirements, and training and development will be extracted. So overall, when we look at the statistical models, as I said, hierarchical regression analysis will be conducted. The first statistical model is the first stage moderated mediating model, showing the direct effect of workforce practices, mediating effect of financial performance, and moderating effect of firm age on the environmental and social performance of firms. So here is the social performance, and here is the environmental performance. So these 2 statistical models, one for environmental performance and the second one for the social performance, are used to empirically test the impact of workforce practices on sustainability performance. So the results that we have gathered holistically because of the time constraint, I'm just going to focus on three main findings. One is workforce practices make a significant impact on environmental performance and social performance of firms. Workforce practices positively impacts the financial performance of firms, and but the firm age subtly, not significantly, but subtly influences the mediation process between workforce practices and social performance through financial performance of firms. So the first two was significant, whereas the firm age is a subtle influence on the mediation process between workforce and sustainability performance. And I'll conclude my presentation based on three key takeaways. Firms embarking on sustainable plans should be motivated by results of this paper to seek better workforce practices, to support sustainability performance, and should have confidence in obtaining positive outcomes. So that's the practical implication. Firms can use these workforce practices in conjunction with their financial performance to actively measure and monitor their sustainable practices and outcomes. And lastly, firms will be able to find additional economic justification, which is very critical, because end of the day, the bottom line for firms is to become more profitable, to economically justify it. So for the increased workforce practices and sustainability orientations, if further data match the expectations created by this research, would be quite beneficial. And if we can move across countries and try to assess this relationship between workforce practices and sustainability performance, would be quite helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mohammad Mose, for your wonderful presentation. If any of the participants have any questions to his presentation, they can ask him. Anyone? Okay. So I request all the participants to put your questions in the chat box related to Mohammad's presentation. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter of the day is Todiga Carmen, Law Faculty, T2 Meoresu University, Bucharest, Romania. Our topic of presentation is the right to one's own image as a right of the human personality in the regulation of the Romanian Constitution, the Civil Code, and the legislation on the protection of personal data, solutions of Romanian jurisprudence. I request all the participants to read the abstract from the screen given. Moving ahead with her presentation, Carmen, I would like to request you to present your presentation.
Yeah, can you give me the control?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Please tell me if you can see my slide.
Yes, we can see your slide.
Just a few moments, please.
Okay.
Thank you for your beautiful words about me. I'm PhD associate professor at Faculty of Law, and I'm also lawyer and a member of the Bucharest Bar Association. And in this study, I will present Romanian legislation regarding the right to one's own image and the different solution of the Romanian courts in similar cases. In these cases, I will show you, I was a lawyer and I won for my clients compensation from 500 euros to 30,000 euros. According to international regulation, the right to one's own image is not regarded as an independent right, but as an aspect of the right to privacy and closely related to the right to freedom of expression, especially freedom of press, who has the power to publish images and photos. In Romania are very well known the following article from European Convention on Human Rights. Article 8 governing the right to privacy, and Article 10 regarding the right to free expression. But the right to freedom of expression is not an absolute right. It involves certain restrictions, such as the reputation and the right to privacy of the other people. Nowadays, the Romanian Constitution and the Romanian Civil Code contain the same regulation as the European Convention on Human Rights. For instance, the 13th article of the Romanian Constitution stipulates that the freedom of expression is inviolable, but at the same time, it establishes certain limits, mentioning that the freedom of expression may not damage the private life of other person and the right to one's own image. From the constitutional point of view, the right to one's own image is seen as a limit to the right to free expression and not as an individual right. Instead, we find the regulation of the right to image in the new Civil Code. The right is included in the fields of human personality rights and represent an innovative aspect of the Civil Code. But what is the right to one's own image? The definition can be found in 73 article of Civil Code that state that everyone may prohibit or prevent the reproduction in any way of his appearance or voice and or the use of such reproduction. Unlike the Constitution, in the Civil Code, the right to one's own image is regarded both as an individual right and as a limit to the right to privacy. According to Civil Code regulation, we may record and use another person's image and voice only with his consent. On the other hand, the Romanian Civil Code established that everyone has the right to respect for his private life, and the dissemination of news, debate, images, photos, reports on personal or family life without the consent of the person is considered an infringement or a violation of privacy. Whenever the balance between the claimant's right to privacy and defendant freedom of expression is not respected, the courts granted compensation, taking into account this legal regulation. But even there are legal regulation for the right to one's own image, the compensation are differently granted by the court. In case of non-compliance with the right to one's own image, the court take into account 4 criteria in granting this compensation. Regarding the first criteria, the harmful action and the prejudice, the court established that the proof of the harmful act is sufficient for granting compensation, but the damage and the link between action and the prejudice are presumed, so it's not necessary to be proven. The next criteria, the negative consequence concern the way in which the family victim and her professional and social life are affected. Regarding the third criteria, if the statement made are necessary for informing the public or generate a public debate, the right of private life and the right of one's own image are not violated, and in this case the compensation are not granted. According to the last criteria, a public person cannot claim a protection of this privacy life just like a common person unknown to the public. As a rule, according to the practice of European Court of Human Rights, due to his stature, a public person cannot claim compensation. And in Hanover versus Germany case, Princess Carolina von Hanover and her husband complained about the refusal of German court to prohibit any publication of two photos that were taken during their vacation without their consent, their knowledge. The court ruled, the Germany court ruled, that the right to respect for private life had not been violated because the German court had balanced the right of freedom of expression with the right to private life. The photos were published into an article on the tendency of wealthy people to rent their holidays, vacation homes, and generate a public debate. But in several cases, the Romanian courts granted compensation even to public person. And in the following slides, I will present the different solution of the Romanian courts. In similar cases, in which the one's own image was violated. In 2020, in one case, the claimant, as a public person, was accused in the TV shows of using drugs that she was a woman, that she masked as a cocktail of medicine. The High Court of Romania established that the statement made during the TV shows in which concerned the claimant's personal life as a public person could not generate a public debate, had no real basis, and were not sufficiently verified and proven. In this case, the High Court of Romania granted compensation about 30,000 euros, and it was the biggest compensation granted in Romania for the damage caused to the right to one's own image. In 2022, in several cases, the court granted compensation between 2,000 and 4,000 euros for 3 public persons. In these cases, the defendant used on the online social media platform, Instagram and Facebook, story photos and images of other influencer, followed by messages and description through which he criticized the influencer activity of some public figures. The claimants were people very well known to the public who promoted products and services without specifying that the online posting represent paid advertising. Through their post on social media, they manipulated the public and they sold a number of fake products as original one. The defendant claimed that the posts in the online media were a pamphlet against the influencer's activity, and for this, his action could not be legally sanctioned. But in these cases, the court decided that the public interest, such as the fight against the manipulation, did not justify the image used and the insulting words, and that the balance between the public and the private interest was damaged. But in several cases, to those present above, the court dismissed the claimant request for compensation. In 2020, in a case, Romanian court established that the purpose of the defendant's online posting was not to denigrate, but to draw the public attention to the fake products promoted by the claimants as an influencer on Facebook and Instagram. So, because the defendant's statements generated a public debate in a democratic society, the compensation were not granted. In this case, the court also ruled that the claimant was a public figure who participate in many TV shows and interviews in magazine, and as a public person, he was exposed to the interference in his private life. In another case, the Romanian court do not grant compensation. Courts do not grant compensations. The press is considered a watchdog of democracy, and the freedom of expression of the press cannot be a subject of censorship in a democratic society. In this case, the court's opinion is that the press, as the public watchdog of democracy, has the duty to disseminate information and ideas on all matters of public interest, and the public has the right to receive them. I can say that in Romania, there are many lawsuits against journalists, but generally, newspapers win these cases due to the quality of public person of the data subject, or to the public facts in which a common people is involved. This is because there is a law, as you can see it, a law according to which the use of personal data for journalistic purpose is allowed. Even if the newspaper benefit from the highest degree of protection, in one case, in 2016, the court granted only 500 euros compensation. The writer qualified his published paperwork as a pamphlet, and posted photos from a private party using funny words and phrases about the appearance of a public figure under the influence of alcohol. However, the court ruled that the public right to be informed did not cover published photos and comment that concern only the private life of public figures, even if the author qualified his work as a pamphlet. The court established that the simple warning like this work is a pamphlet could not be an exonerating cause of liability. The most common question I am asked as a lawyer is whether the employee's image can be used to sanction him for violating the labor laws. In this case, the claimant, as an employee of a public institution, was sanctioned for leaving her job. He was a woman before the end of the program. The employer used as an evidence the video image showing the employee leaving the workplace. In December 2021, the former employee complained to the National Authority for Personal Data Protection in Romania, stating that the video image was illegal because she was not informed about the existence of the cameras. And the purpose of the TV cameras was security and protection, and not their use in sanctioning the employees. The National Authority for Personal Data Protection in Romania found the institution guilty of violating the right to image, but applied the sanction of warning because the employer, the operator, was a public institution and not a private company. During the last 5 years, the Authority for Personal Data Protection applied the fine to private company for installing cameras in private spaces, like dining room, smoking area, offices of employees. In order to use the image of employees, their consent is not required. And the Authority of Data Protection ruled that due to the relationship between employees and employers, consent is not freely expressed in this case. As a conclusion, I appreciate that the different solution of the courts, even in similar cases, and the compensation from 500 euros to 30,000 euros are due to absence of legal criteria for determining the amount of compensation. This is because the Romanian court take into account only one single principle, according to which the compensation cannot be an unjustified enrichment for the claimant. So I think it's mandatory for the civil code to establish some legal criteria for determining the amount of compensation in case of violation of the right to one's own images. And regarding the sanction given by the National Data Protection Authority, in Romania, it shouldn't be no difference between public and the private institution. Thank you for listening to me. And I must say that it was a great honor for me to be among such greatest researchers. It's my first participate to Eurasia conference, and I do not have a video presentation, but for the next conference, I will be better prepared. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Carmen Todica, and it was a great pleasure to have you with us. And thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. So moving ahead with the conference now. Our next presenter of the day is Pavel Zur, Department of Engineering Processes, Automation and Integrated Manufacturing Systems, Salient University of Technology, Gliwice, Poland. Topic of presentation, strain gauge testing of 3D printed CFRP sandwich structure. I would like to request all the participants to read the abstract from the screen. Moving ahead with this video presentation.
Everyone, my name is Paweł Żur and I am from Salient University of Technology in Poland. And my today's topic of the presentation is strain gauge testing of 3D printed CFRP sandwich structure. In this article, the authors present composite sandwich type CFRP structures and a study of their properties by strain gauge testing. The properties of these structures with different outer layers made of epoxy resin with different percentage additive of carbon fiber powder were then investigated. Based on the results of the strain gauge tests, material models were reconstructed for each resin layer, which can be used in computer FEM studies of more complex components. The design with elementary unit sandwich structures were then printed using FDM fused depositing modeling technology on a Prusa printer. The material chosen for printing was PLA. The printed samples were then laminated. For this purpose, LG700 epoxy resin with HG700 hardener was used. The resin was mixed with the hardener in a weight ratio of 100 to 35, and then the addition of carbon fiber powder was mixed in different ratios, 10% and 20% by weight. Then TF-5 resistance strain gauge with a gain parameter K of 2.15 and resistance of 120 ohms were attached to the samples. In the next stage, the manufactured samples were subjected to strain gauge tests. The strain gauge test stand is shown in figure 1. The results obtained during the test strain gauge testing, the boundary condition, were recreated in ANSYS Workbench software to determine material parameters. The PLA material model was modified so that the strain results obtained correspond to those obtained in the strain gauge test. The value of Young's modulus was modified to value of 1.55 gigapascal. 3 additional material models were introduced for resin with different reinforcing additives. LG700 epoxy resin itself, resin with 10%, and 20% addition of carbon fiber powder. For each resin, a density of 0.65 and a Poisson ratio of 0.33 were assumed. The figure on the right shows the FEM analysis results of recreating the strain test obtained for sample 8. Results probes were placed around the place where the strain gauge was mounted on the sample. The results of strain gauge testing have been presented in the table 1. From the reading for a force of 200 Newton, it can be seen that a layer of pure epoxy resin gives a stiffening of the structure and thus less deformation by 50% compared to PLA alone. It can also be noted that the 10% addition of carbon fiber powder reduces deformation relative to pure epoxy resin by 32% and relative to PLA alone by up to 66%. The addition of 20% powder reduced strain relative to the 10% addition by only 5%. The resulting Young's modulus for each additive layer material is presented in the slide, in this table. From the above, it can be seen that the addition of carbon fiber powder to epoxy resin has a significant effect on raising the Young's modulus of the resulting material. The Young's modulus of the resin with 10% addition of carbon fiber powder is 67% higher than that of pure epoxy resin. On the other hand, the Young's modulus of the resin with 20% addition is 12.5% greater than that of the resin with 10% powder addition. In an experimental study on a resistance strain gauge bench, the behavior of the structures under a force of 200 newtons was checked, as well as what deformations occur on the bottom surface of the component. From the results collected for a force of 200 newtons, it can be seen that a layer of pure epoxy resin gives a stiffening of the structure and thus less deformation by 50% compared to PLA alone. It was noted that 10% addition of carbon fiber powder reduced deformation relative to pure epoxy resin by 32% and relative to PLA alone by as much as 66%. The addition of 20% powder reduced strain relative to the 10% addition by only 5%. The average stiffness of samples with structure B is as much as 120% higher than those with structure A. With the results collected, material parameters were reconstructed for individual layers of resin with additives, allowing these materials models to be used in computerized strength testing of more complex geometries and components. In the final stage of the research, in order to verify the application of the previously presented elements and structures, a section of the driver's seat for the green power electric car was designed. The model was fixed in two areas, on the bottom surface representing the attachment of the seat to the floor of the car, and on an additional edge simulating the support of the seat under the back. The maximum stress was about 7 megapascal and occurred in the core structure in the back support area. The stresses did not exceed the permissible values. The maximum deformation was about 7 millimeters. The obtained results imply that they do not exceed safe values for these materials. That is tensile strength and can be adopted as a seat material. It should be noted that the seat design in this way reduced the weight of the component by over 170 grams, a reduction of about 25% compared to a seat made entirely of PLA. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Pavel Zor, for your wonderful presentation. moving ahead with the conference now. So if any of the participant has any questions related to Parvel's presentation, they can ask him. Anyone? Okay, so I would like to request all the participants to put their questions related to Pavel's presentation in the chat box itself. Now moving ahead with the presentation. Our last presenter of the day is Dr. Saad bin Mubarak Muhammad Al Rimti, Department of Educational Leadership, University of Bisha, Saudi Arabia. Topic of presentation: a proposed model for developing the performance of university faculty members in the light of contemporary challenges. I would like to request all the participants to read the abstract from the screen given. I would like to request Dr. Saad bin Mubarak to present his presentation. Professor Saad bin Mubarak, could you hear me? Professor Saad bin Mubarak, I would like to request you to present your presentation. To start with the presentation. Could you hear me? Okay, so Professor Saad bin Mubarak is having some issues with his mic. I would like to request the participants to read abstract of his paper for a while so that the problem is resolved. Professor Saad is facing some issues with his mic, for connecting his mic. So he's trying, and I would like to request all the participants to wait for a while. So I think it will take some time for Professor Saad bin Mubarak to join because of some technical issues. So for the time being, I would like to request all the participants to share their feedback about the conference, about today's conference. So I would like to ask the participants to share their valuable feedback. I would like to request all the participants who are with us right now to turn on their webcams so that we can have a feedback session. Professor Roland.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So would you like to share your feedback about the conference?
Well, as you know, I always appreciate that you try very hard and that there are so many participants also here. It's a little bit sad, however, that what I see, many are so, or maybe they are so busy today, or maybe the timing is not so good, so that can happen. As usually I see most of them staying now today. It's like coming and going, a little bit.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit sad. But other than that, again, thank you for the convenient, kind, and professional organization one more time.
Thank you so much, Professor Roland. It's a great pleasure to have you as a keynote for our conferences. Thank you so much for attending today's conference as well. Mohammad Moz Bajwa, would you like to share your feedback?
Yes, thank you so much. I think I will second Professor Roland. It was very well moderated presentation. All of us are coming from different parts of the world, different time zones, and but still, I think it was managed in a very effective manner from the administrative side. In terms of the topic and content, I think it was quite multidisciplinary. So pertaining to sustainability, business management, academia, educational leadership. So diverse topics, and quite fascinating to learn from the presenters here, their expertise, their research, their knowledge. So overall, I think it was a great experience participating in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mohammed, for your wonderful feedback. Pavel, would you like to share your feedback? Pavel Zor. Carmen Todika, would you like to share your feedback?
Just a few moments. As I say, for me, is the first the first attendant to your conference, but I encourage online conference because it connects us from all parts of the world, and make us to create some bonds and share share our knowledge and results. What I like, and it was for the first time I saw it, this video presentation, and because we already spoken about simplicity, it's quite a good idea.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Carmen, for your feedback. Pavel, would you like to share your feedback? Ting Ting Liang, would you like to share your feedback?
Hi, it's great experience here because I watch a lot of diverse topic on this conference, and for me it is a great opportunity because it's the first time I joined the international conference and present my results, and I also learned a lot of stuff from different candidates. So it's a wonderful experience for me. And I think the interaction between different candidates is also very good. Although I was wondering if there are any feedback for me, because it's also kind of experience for me, but I was waiting maybe next time.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ting Ting Liang. Pavel, would you like to share your feedback? Pavel, Vlora? Yes, Pavel, would you like to share your feedback? Vlora, your mic is muted. Yeah, first I would like to request Pavel to share feedback, and then we'll continue with Laura. Pavel, please go ahead. So would you like to share your feedback about today's conference? Anything, any feedback? Okay, Laura, would you like to share the feedback? Yeah.
Okay, yes. It was pleasure to be a part of your conference. It was very interesting and very interesting presentation. It was also the first time that I made a video presentation. For that, I was late. And I can congratulate you for this organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Laura, for your feedback. Pavel, would you like to share your feedback now? Could you hear us?
I'm Svetlana. I'd like to say to you, thank you for organization, for presentation. I had a little bit problem with internet. If I speak and video, this is a little bit problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pavel, for your feedback. Erica Forster, would you like to share your feedback? Okay. Thank you so much, everyone, for sharing your valuable feedback to us, and it helps us to improve in each and any manner we can. And thank you so much, everyone, for your feedback. So, Dr. Saad bin Mubarak is still facing some issues with his network, and so we would like to wait for him for 5 minutes more, and then we will move ahead with the conference. So just waiting for 5 minutes more. Okay, so Dr. Saad is unable to connect to the conference, and so now we'll proceed towards the end of the conference. So this brings us all to the end of session 3 of the conference, which was the technical talk. I would like to mention the patient listeners of this conference: Dr. Erica Foster, Psychological Services, Port Moody, Canada, from Canada; Svetlana Levin, lecturer, Hebrew University, Jerusalem, Israel; Wilker Edney Simedo Rocha, Management Department, General Trade and Services, Praia, Cape Verde; and the last listener, Ahmad Mahmoud Abdel Hamid Milad, Head of Economic Research, Arab Center for Consultancy and Economic Studies, Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates. Thank you so much, everyone, for attending this conference. With great pleasure and enthusiasm, I would like to conclude that the conference was a great success. Many people have contributed in different ways to turn this event into a smoothly running conference with very interesting presentations. This conference has resulted in good discussions and networking. I owe my gratitude to all the presenters and patient listeners, to the coordinators, and to the whole staff of Eurasia Research for their constant support. I would also like to thank all the universities and institutes who have sponsored our participants and people who have directly or indirectly contributed to the smooth running of this conference. Thank you, everyone, so much. So at last, I would like to announce that there are some upcoming conferences which Eurasia Research will be conducting all around the world. In October, Eurasia Research will be conducting conferences in Istanbul and Dubai. In November, in Singapore, London, and Kuala Lumpur, and in December, Bangkok and Bali. So I would like to request everyone, all of you, to please refer these conferences to your friends and colleagues so that they can also know about the opportunities. And also, I would like to announce that we are broadcasting this conference on Facebook, our Facebook pages. So you can go and check out your conference video there. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your feedback also. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank
Have
you
a
so
great
much.
day.
Thank you.
Have a
Bye.
great day. Bye. Thank you so much.